Chapter 191. Jiang Ruan's head hurt, and her whole body seemed to be as light as a feather, without a trace of strength. She struggled to open her eyes, but did not see the bright sky. A damp and sweet smell filled the tip of her nose, strange yet familiar. She forced herself to recall, and was surprised to find that it was the smell of blood. She moved her body, and slowly climbed up from the ground. This was a dark and damp place, and there were some black worms crawling on the ground. The worms were rotten and disgusting. Something seemed to flash through her mind, so fast that she could not catch it. She touched something hard next to her, and there seemed to be some kind of viscous liquid. She struggled to lift her head. Suddenly, she heard a squeak, and there seemed to be someone talking outside. A ray of strong sunlight shone in, and she could hardly open her eyes. A woman's voice sounded, "Quick, the Empress wants to see it with her own eyes. Move faster, or else the Empress will have to wait for you little hoodlums." Then, a few palace maids walked in. Their expressions were of fear or disgust, and they strangely lit the oil lamps in their hands and walked in until they reached Jiang Ruan's side. However, they seemed to turn a blind eye to Jiang Ruan, and did not even look at her. Instead, they bent down to pick up something from the ground. Jiang Ruan slowly frowned, and looked at them vigilantly. Those people did not seem to notice her at all, as if she did not exist. Jiang Ruan tentatively stood up, and no one stopped her. She thought for a moment, then lowered her head and followed the palace maids out. As soon as she left the room, there was a glaring sunlight outside. It seemed that she had not seen this kind of sunlight for a long time. Turning around, her eyes met with the thing in the palace maid's hands. She was shocked, and unconsciously took 2 steps back, almost falling down. The palace maid was holding a wooden basin, and in the basin lay a monster-like thing. The limbs could not be seen, and only the basin full of blood could be seen. It was probably not the appearance of a person. If it was placed in front of others, they would not be able to tell what it was. But in Jiang Ruan's eyes, it made her heart tremble. That thing was none other than her in her previous life. She was made into a human swine and beaten to death in the wooden basin. The Jiang Ruan in the wooden basin was already dead. It was just an ice-cold corpse, completely devoid of dignity. Jiang Ruan stood on one side, gritting her teeth as she watched the palace maids carry the corpse away. The palace maid in the lead walked in front, and that person was impressively Butterfly. Hadn't Butterfly long ago been banished from the Jiangfu by Jiang Su and sold off to a brothel? How did she become the current palace maid? As Jiang Ruan looked on, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. In her previous life, she had been killed by a random stick, and thus she had been reborn in the rural residence. No one knew what happened after that. Now, the corpse was still there, and the old friend still looked the same. Could it be that God had opened his eyes and allowed her to see the final ending of her previous life? Butterfly led the palace maids to a garden with a wooden basin in their hands. Jiang Ruan could clearly see that the garden was the garden behind Kunning Palace. Cunning Palace. Jiang Ruan's heart trembled. Could it be? Sure enough, just as she reached the entrance of the garden, she heard a familiar voice saying, "Ben Gong doesn't care about anything, as long as they are unable to reincarnate, forever and ever. How about it? This humble Taoist will follow your ladyship's instructions and will do his best." Jiang Ruan sneered. Now that no one could see her, she walked inside. Sure enough, the woman sitting on the high seat was dressed in the Empress court attire. She was rich and grand, her face smiling like a flower, and her appearance was as clear and elegant as a fairy. She also had a bit of reserved nobility. The 9-tailed phoenix hairpin on her head shone in the sunlight as it spread its wings, as if it wanted to fly away. Every move she made showed the nobility of a motherly model of the world. It was Jiang Su. At this moment, Jiang Su was reclining on a soft chair. In the huge garden, she was the only one sitting there. The palace maids and eunuchs were standing in a row, their faces slightly frightened. And standing in front of Jiang Su Su was a man dressed in a Taoist robe. If it wasn't Su Kong Dao Zhang, who else could it be? It turned out that in her previous life, Su Kong Dao Zhang had always been in contact with Jiang Su Su. Not only did he help her in the matter of cursing her husband and her mother in the rural residence, it seemed that Jiang Su Su had promised him a lot of benefits. Otherwise, how could a wandering Taoist in the wilderness enter the palace? It was just that she did not know what he was here for. "Your ladyship, this servant has brought the item." Butterfly stepped forward and said cautiously. Jiang Yuan stood at the side and looked on coldly. Jiang Su Su heard this and laughed softly. Her laughter was extremely beautiful, as if it came from the bottom of her heart. She seemed very carefree, and her pleasant laughter could be heard throughout the entire garden. She was born beautiful, and her laughter was also extremely moving. But at this moment, the expressions of everyone in the courtyard did not feel infatuated, but instead revealed a trace of fear. This was because the monster in the wooden basin looked too frightening. If an ordinary person looked at it for too long, they would feel fear in their heart. But Jiang Su Su stared at the thing in the wooden basin with great satisfaction, as if it could not be more interesting. Everyone was quiet and did not say a word. After a long while, Jiang Su Su seemed to have laughed enough. She finally straightened her waist and lightly pointed to one side. "In any case, Ben Gong and she are sisters in name. Seeing that we used to live under the same roof, Ben Gong does not want to be so ruthless. Ben Gong has always been a soft-hearted person. Let this mother and son be reunited." Her words were said lightly, as if they were weightless. Jiang Yuan was startled. Immediately, she felt as if her blood had almost stopped flowing, and a chill poured down from the top of her head. Directly drenched her whole heart, and half of it went cold. She blankly looked in the direction that Jiang Su Su had pointed and saw a small body lying on the ground. That body was so familiar that with just one look, tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Yuan's throat overflowed with difficulty. That sound did not seem like a sound that a human could make. It was filled with despair and hatred that came from the bones. She had originally thought that when she saw Pei being played with in the wooden basin and her body being beaten, she had already felt the greatest despair. Now that she saw Pei's corpse with her own eyes, she realized how much her heart ached. The scenes that had long been sealed in her memory came alive again. It turned out that she had not forgotten all that pain. Jiang Yuan threw herself at Pei's side and wailed loudly. However, her voice could not reach these people's ears. The ending of this life would not change. She was already dead, and Pei was also dead. The small body lying on the ground was covered in a mess of scars, and each one was too horrible to look at. Looking at it made one's heart tremble. Even to a child, they could still be so ruthless. Jiang Yuan felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Before Pei died, he must have suffered a great deal of fear. "Your ladyship is benevolent." It was that sanctimonious fake Taoist priest, Su Kong Dao Zhang, who flattered. He quickly walked to Jiang Yuan's side and lifted Pei from the ground. His strength was obviously great, and Pei's small body seemed extremely weak in his hands. Jiang Yuan threw herself at him, but her hand only passed by Pei's side, she was completely unable to touch him. Su Kong Dao Zhang grabbed both Pei and Jiang Yuan's bodies and placed them into an agarwood chest. Then, he closed the chest door. Immediately after, a few strong bodyguards walked over and used long nails to nail the chest door shut. The chest door was densely pasted with yellow talismans, and on them were incantations written in blood-red cinnabar, making it difficult for people to read them clearly. Su Kong Dao Zhang sat cross-legged in front of the chest, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together. He mumbled to himself for a quarter of an hour before he suddenly opened his eyes. He reached for a bowl of chicken blood that had been placed on the table, lowered his head, and took a mouthful. With a "pu" sound, he sprayed it all over the coffin-like chest. Immediately after, he let out a long sigh and ordered people to throw the chest into a dry well in the southwest corner of the garden. After doing all this, Su Kong Dao Zhang walked in front of Jiang Su Su and said as if he was asking for credit, replying to your ladyship, this humble Taoist has already completed the ritual. That demoness and the malefic star have been sealed in the 9 stars formation and will forever be suppressed in this dry well, unable to reincarnate or free themselves. They will never be able to come out and cause trouble again. Very good. Jiang Su Su smiled with satisfaction. Since Bengong is the empress of the Great Jin dynasty, Bengong must bear the responsibility of the Great Jin dynasty. Even if we are siblings, we absolutely cannot ruin the entire Great Jin dynasty's rivers and mountains for the sake of personal feelings. Since they are demoness and malefic star, they naturally cannot be allowed to come out and cause trouble. Taoist priest has worked hard in performing the ritual. Later, Bengong will report this matter to His Majesty and remember your merit. Su Kong Dao Zhang was naturally overjoyed and said, many thanks for your ladyship's favor. While the people on this side were talking cheerfully, Jiang Ruan's whole body was alternating between cold and hot. Jiang Su Su actually hated her to such an extent that she would not let her off even in death. Instead, she had allowed Su Kong Dao Zhang to perform the ritual. Unexpectedly, she wanted her soul to be trapped here for life and death, to suffer eternal torment. If it were not for the fact that Su Kong Dao Zhang was only a fake Taoist priest with an undeserved reputation, wouldn't everything be as she wished? It was said that a woman's heart was the most vicious, but Jiang Su Su's attitude was really too much. Jiang Ruan looked at the pitch-black dry well. It turned out that in her previous life, her and Pei Er's final destination was this dry well that was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Together with those rotten leaves, they were buried deep inside. She somewhat wanted to cry, but also somewhat wanted to laugh. It turned out that in her previous life, she had died in such a sorry state. Unexpectedly, when she finally landed on the ground, she also had no dignity at all. Then, she felt her vision blur. Unexpectedly, before she could move, the scene in front of her changed by itself. The door was very familiar. If it was not the minister's Fu, where else could it be? Jiang Quan was sitting in the study. Jiang Su Su was dressed in luxurious clothes and her expression revealed a faint arrogance. However, Jiang Quan did not look very happy and said, you actually acted so recklessly. I have already told you not to act blindly without thinking. Since she is in front to clear the way for you, why do you need to make such an unnecessary move? If others were to gossip, wouldn't all of my painstaking efforts be in vain? Xia Yan's eyes were beautiful, her movements dignified and gentle. She smiled and comforted him, Master, don't be angry. Open your heart and see what Su Su has to say. This child is not without propriety. From young until now, don't you know what kind of person she is? Jiang Su Su quickly concealed the trace of impatience in her eyes. In a respectful and naive tone, she said, Father, I know I was wrong. In the future, I will not make such a mistake again. I originally only wanted to scare her, but I did not expect that my subordinates would act on their own initiative and cause me to end up like this. Father, don't be angry with me. It is not worth harming your own health because of anger. I will not dare to do it again in the future. Her appearance was extremely submissive, and the anger on Jiang Quan's face gradually dissipated. He only sighed deeply and said, in this matter, I originally only wanted to use her to pave the way for you. The Jiang family can place righteousness before family, and you can also gain a good reputation outside. Your position as empress will also be more stable, and you will be able to win the hearts of the people. Now, she has been secretly taken out by you. Fortunately, no one outside has found out, and they will only say that she committed suicide to escape punishment. Su Su, if you want to do things, you must be more straightforward. Don't leave any evidence for others to use against you. His tone was completely that of a loving father, and every word and sentence was filled with concern for Jiang Su. Jiang Su smiled slightly. Father, please be at ease. Su knows how to prepare everything. Nothing could be better over there. Jiang Quan heaved a long sigh of relief, as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Jiang Wan stood quietly to the side and watched. There was no longer any hatred in her eyes, only a bone-chilling coldness. That kind of coldness was something that even the coldest ice in the cold winter could not compare to. Her gaze was empty, and her crimson clothes were like a ball of fire that had burst forth from her soul, wanting to incinerate and starve everyone who approached her until not even their bones remained. So this was the truth of her past life. After her father, Jiang Quan, had learned of her death and that she had been privately executed by Jiang Su, not only did he not cry out for injustice, nor did he complain about the grievances he had suffered throughout his life. On the contrary, he had been thinking of Jiang Su from the inside out. He was afraid that Jiang Su would leave any evidence that could be used against her, which would endanger her position as empress. As for this daughter of his, he had only lightly said, "Do it more straightforwardly." Jiang Quan had treated her as a stepping stone to pave the way for Jiang Su's position as empress, and he had done it as if it was only right and proper. However, he had forgotten that she was also the Jiang family's daughter. One could be discarded like a pair of worn-out shoes, while the other could be cherished like a pearl. At least at this moment, Jiang Wan did not have the slightest bit of affection for Jiang Quan. If she could, she was willing to use all the ugly and painful methods to torture him, and to view him as a true enemy. Jiang Su seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, "Jiang Dan is becoming more and more insensible. That husband of hers is merely working for His Majesty outside, but now he is also relying on his reputation as a first-grade honorary title. From what I see, he doesn't even put me in his eyes." Jiang Wan was stunned. Jiang Dan's husband was actually working for Xianli. Jiang Dan had been promoted to a first-grade honorary title. Jiang Quan shook his head. "No matter how great she is, can she surpass you? Su, you must remember, whether it is in the minister's fu or the imperial palace, or even in this great Jin dynasty, she cannot be compared to you. My minister's fu's daughter has always been only pleasing to you. That husband of hers is now heavily relied upon by His Majesty, and is also a great help to you in the imperial palace. Don't throw a tantrum like a child, you must remember to get along well with her." "I know." Jiang Su pouted in dissatisfaction. Jiang Wan, who was standing to one side, suddenly understood. The things that she had not understood in her previous and current lives became clear at this moment. With Jiang Dan's temperament, how could she be willing to be a pawn of the Jiang Fu and pave the way for Jiang Su? It turned out that her merchant husband had long been working for Xianli. As expected, Jiang Dan also had her own methods. After her death, she had actually obtained an honorary title through that husband. In the end, she was the only one who had been sacrificed in her previous life. She looked at this ironic scene in front of her, and only felt a salty and fishy taste overflow in her mouth. Immediately after, the scene in front of her changed again. This time, it was a magnificent palace, a place that she was unfamiliar with. And the person sitting at the edge of the bed, a man dressed in bright yellow, could not be more familiar. That was her lover in her previous life, and her mortal enemy in this life, Xianli. His original gentle and smooth appearance had been covered up by the calm and reserved characteristic of an emperor. The Xianli wearing the imperial robe was like a completely different person from the one in Jiang Ruan's memory. He always had a slight smile on his face, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Even if it was only a mask, it was still pleasing to the eye. But now, Xianli's brows were tightly furrowed, and he looked a lot more haggard. There was no longer any trace of his former triumphant appearance. "Chen Gonggang, Xianli said to the little eunuch in front of him, "We cannot sleep today. Does your majesty want to go to her majesty's place? Perhaps she can calm your majesty's mood with her gentle and soothing words," Chen Gonggang said. "No need." Xianli waved his hand, "It's the same wherever we go. We still have nightmares every day, and those nightmares disturb us so much that we cannot sleep peacefully. Every time we wake up from the dream, we always feel that. We always feel that someone is watching us." Jiang Wan stood by the dragon bed and looked at Xianli, who was in a slightly sorry state. She sneered silently. So there were times when he could not sleep peacefully. He had patiently planned and sent her into the palace as an excellent chess piece. Now that the great task had been accomplished, this high and lofty emperor's position had been enjoyed by him alone. So it turned out that he could not sleep at night. In the end, what was the reason for this? Was it because one would always receive retribution for doing something wrong? In his nightmares, did she turn into a malicious spirit and come to claim his life? "Your Majesty is too tired for the affairs of the state," Chen Gonggang said. "Only after sitting on this position will one feel tired, just like how we feel that all the women in the imperial harem are boring." They can't even compare to Jiang Ruan at that time. He seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. "It's just a pity. If she didn't have such an identity, we would have liked her a little at that time." "You love me?" Jiang Ruan could not help but laugh when she heard these words, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She knew that Xianli could not possibly hear it, but she still said coldly, "You only love a fool who worships you as a deity, who is always obedient to you, and who asks nothing of you. At that time, I was too stupid to be biased towards you. Now that you are saying these words, are you lying to me or to you? Xianli, you only love all the victims in this world who have sacrificed themselves for your throne. You have sacrificed them, yet you still pretend to comfort them, how hypocritical." The silhouette in the bright yellow dragon chamber gradually faded away, and in front of her became a blur. Jiang Ruan walked in the white fog, as if she had walked into a huge labyrinth. She could only hear the sounds of thousands of soldiers and horses fighting, and the loud sound of the city gates being smashed open. The sound of swords clashing could be heard everywhere, and someone shouted, "Not good, not good, the embroidered uniform guards have entered the pass." Embroidered uniform guards. This name was so familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Jiang Ruan walked forward in a daze. She saw that the throne room was in chaos, and blood flowed like a river. From time to time, black armored guards with swords and sabers walked through the hall. Outside, the imperial guards were either dead or injured, and in the hall, a man and a woman in bright yellow had both fallen at the bottom of the 9 steps. They were in the same sorry state as she had been in the past, but at that time, she was still alive. And they were already dead. The black-clothed youth stood quietly in front of the dragon throne. His appearance was beautiful beyond compare, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Although there was an air of elegance and nobility that was engraved into his bones, it was forcibly restrained by that coldness. At the side, an imperial guard said, "Unjustifiable dog thief, you actually dare to spout nonsense. You don't even know who is the real traitor. General Guan has also sent that old dog thief Jiang Quan to the Western Paradise, master." The youth turned around and said indifferently, "Let's go." Xianli and Jiang Su, one of them plotted to obtain the most supreme power under the heavens. One of them, from the beginning, wanted to sit on the position of the mother of the world, but after her great undertaking was accomplished, her life was taken away by someone else. Even Jiang Quan himself had ended up with his head separated from his body. This youth was clearly the future emperor who had appeared midway. Jiang Ruan's heart only felt pleased. When she looked at the youth again, she felt her heart beating extremely fast. She felt as if she had seen this youth somewhere before, but she really could not remember. She wanted to figure out what exactly was going on, so she followed behind the youth and kept walking forward. When they reached the imperial garden, they saw a middle-aged man with grizzled hair coming forward and saying, "Young master, Grand Tutor Lu discovered that there was something in the dry well. He fished out a chest from the well, and there were 2 corpses inside." After asking around, it was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family's first wife. She was the one who was slandered by her own father as a demoness who brought disaster to the country. He shook his head and said, "Ai, how can there be such a cruel father in this world?" The youth and Jiang Ruan's gazes simultaneously looked towards the ground. The 2 corpses, one big and one small, had already decomposed beyond recognition. However, it was vaguely visible that the Darren's limbs were already mutilated. It was clear that he had suffered a great injustice before dying. Jiang Ruan looked indifferently at her own corpse. A young man dressed in purple walked over. He was handsome, but he kept a small mustache around his lips, appearing very comical. Looking at the corpse, he sighed and said, "From the same root, why torment each other so urgently?" This woman was originally a beauty in the palace, but this child was raised by his 13th Highness. For both mother and child to end up like this, it really makes one sigh. As he said this, he bent down and took off his own clothes to cover the corpse. Looking at the youth in black, he said, "Third brother, how do you think we should deal with the corpse? Since she is an imperial concubine, she should rightfully enter the imperial tomb. Find an opportunity to properly bury her." The youth lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "At the same time, announce to the world the truth about the demoness who brought disaster to the country." As if struck by lightning, Jiang Wan stared fixedly at the cold and handsome youth. She had originally thought that she would never be able to redress her grievances in this life, but at the last moment, there was light at the end of the tunnel. This youth's words were the last trace of warmth that she had received in this cruel life, and the only longing that she had felt when she was at the end of her road. She suddenly widened her eyes and called out, "Xiao Xiao." Chapter 192. Xiao Xiao. Jiang Ruan's eyes widened as she abruptly awoke from the bed. The oil lamp was as dark as ink, and the charcoal burning in the room seemed especially warm in the winter. A concerned voice called out, "You're awake." Jiang Ruan raised her eyes to look. The cold and handsome youth from her dream was currently sitting by the bed. He had probably just been awakened by her. His gaze was slightly nervous, but his eyes were cold and clear, as if they were a tranquil and deep pool that could draw people in uncontrollably. "You." Jiang Ruan was absent-minded. That tragic past was nothing more than a dream, as if it had been a dream of 3 lifetimes. She had seen all kinds of people's fates, and now that she saw Xiao Xiao, she felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Seeing that Jiang Ruan was just sitting on the bed in a daze, Xiao Xiao was slightly startled. He stood up to pour her a glass of water. "Do you feel thirsty? You've been unconscious for more than 10 days, drink some water." Just as he was about to get up, Jiang Ruan grabbed his hand. Xiao Xiao turned around, raised his eyebrows, and sat down beside Jiang Ruan. "What's wrong?" His voice was soft and reassuring, making people feel a trace of reality after experiencing the tragedy of the dream. Jiang Ruan stretched out her hand as if she was somewhat timid. Xiao Xiao frowned. She touched Xiao Xiao's collar, as if to confirm whether this person really existed. After her hand paused at the collar, Jiang Ruan suddenly wrapped her hands around Xiao Xiao's neck, threw herself forward, and hugged him tightly. Even now, Jiang Ruan's actions were shocking. Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned, and after a moment, he looked at Jiang Ruan with some hesitation. Jiang Ruan's head was buried in his neck, and her hands were tightly wrapped around his neck. He thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand and gently patted Jiang Ruan's back, softly saying, "Ah Ruan." Xiao Xiao, Jiang Ruan's voice was somewhat strange, as if she was forcefully suppressing some kind of emotion, and her words were also somewhat strange. "I didn't understand at first, I didn't understand why it was you, but now I understand." Her voice slowly lowered, almost inaudible. "So, you appeared a long time ago. There was no such thing as fate in this world. In her previous life, she and Xiao Xiao did not seem to have any relationship, but in this life, they were somewhat entangled. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence, until the dream seemed like a dream, and everything from the past reappeared before her eyes. Some things suddenly became clear in his mind. In her previous life, it was Xiao Xiao who had avenged her. Was it because of this that she had to repay him in this life? Does karma exist in this world? Did I? No. Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes. His long eyelashes hung down, concealing the emotions in his eyes. However, his actions were gentle, and he only lightly patted Jiang Ruan's back. Even his silence made one feel at ease. After a while, he felt a warm liquid flowing down the side of his neck. She was actually crying. Xiao Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly supported Jiang Ruan's shoulders. With one hand, he lifted her chin. Her face, which had always been bright and beautiful with a smile, was now streaked with tears. A large teardrop hung on her chin, sparkling and translucent, on the verge of falling, just like her current expression. You. Xiao Xiao was stunned by her expression. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the woman in front of him suddenly pounce forward. He felt warmth on his lips, and a warm and soft touch came from his lips. His body stiffened and Xiao Xiao's elegant eyebrows knitted together. Jiang Ruan's actions today were extremely unusual. Putting aside the fact that she wouldn't normally do something like this, it was very strange for her to be so passionate about it. He wanted to pull Jiang Ruan away, but the woman hugged him even tighter. Her slender arms tightly wrapped around him, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Xiao Xiao's heart inexplicably softened. The woman seemed to have been encouraged. Her lips never left his for a moment, and she even acted more boldly. Xiao Xiao's fair and handsome face immediately blushed. A beauty throwing herself into his arms, and it was the woman he admired. Even a normal man would not be indifferent. No matter how cold Xiao Xiao usually did things, no matter how gentle he treated her, a man's desire to plunder and conquer had always been there. He was originally a strong and overbearing man. It was just that he usually hid it under his indifferent appearance and was overlooked by others. At this moment, his arms tightened, and he took advantage of the situation to pull her into his embrace. With one hand, he clasped the back of the woman's head and fiercely kissed her. Lips and tongues met. Unlike the gentle and cold appearance, the kiss was overbearing and passionate, almost swallowing people. However, when the passion was strong, all the suppressed emotions were released at the same time. It seemed to be gentle and affectionate, but also seemed to be lingering to death. The stunning beauty tightly hugged the handsome young man and raised her head to accept the marriage from 2 lifetimes. Her posture was so beautiful that even the snowflakes could not help but melt. It was as if they were watching spring flowers blossoming in the cold winter, and peach blossoms spread for thousands of miles. The door was suddenly opened. Qi Feng and Xia Qing saw the scene in front of them and were both stunned. Xiao Xiao's movements were extremely fast. He held Jiang Ruan's head in his arms with one hand and looked out the door with slight annoyance. Xia Qing's face instantly turned red. She scratched her head and said guiltily, "Third brother, I came to see third sister-in-law. You two continue." After saying this, she tugged at Qi Feng. Qi Feng withdrew his gloomy gaze and smiled, "Lao Wu and I will go to master's place first." After saying this, he closed the door and the two went out together. When Jiang Ruan heard the sound, she had already woken up. At this moment, she buried her head in Xiao Xiao's arms. The man's clear fragrance filled the tip of her nose. For a moment, she did not dare to raise her head to look at Xiao Xiao's expression. Just now, in a moment of excitement, she actually did such a rude thing. She did not know what Xiao Xiao was thinking at this moment. "Are you going to suffocate yourself to death?" Xiao Xiao wanted to laugh a little and pulled Jiang Ruan, who was like an ostrich, out of his arms. Jiang Ruan's cheeks were boiling hot. She pretended to be calm and said, where is this? What happened to me? When Xiao Xiao saw her like this, he seemed to find it very interesting. He reached out and touched her head, saying, "This is Jianan Mountain, the place where I was apprenticed to master. When you were young, you were poisoned and the poison was drawn out. I brought you up the mountain for treatment." "Poisoned?" Jiang Yuan was startled. "You mean when I was young?" "Yes." A trace of coldness flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes. "I was born with poison." "I know." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. "When I defeated D Mother, I heard her say that when I was young, in order to get rid of my mother and me, she also had my fourth younger sister, the current Jiang Zhaoyi, poison me. But later, when I was sent to the rural residence, the poison was also removed." This was the first time she had taken the initiative to tell Xiao Xiao about her own matters. Xiao Xiao looked at her with some surprise. When he heard about Jiang Dan, he frowned and said, "Your mother once raised Jiang Dan." "Unfortunately, she raised a wolf," Jiang Yuan said indifferently. "She was afraid of Xia Yan's coercion. Originally, she only wanted to poison my mother and fourth younger brother. But later, she was just afraid that I would divide her affection, so she also poisoned me. Perhaps she was not only afraid that I would divide her affection, but was also paving the way for the future. In the previous life, Jiang Dan was a Shu daughter, but in the end, she also became a first-rank titled madam. It was clear that she had started planning a long time ago. Even her poisoning might have been a conspiracy. Who knew? Leave this matter to me." Xiao Xiao said indifferently, "You just need to recuperate." "No need," Jiang Yuan said. Xiao Xiao's movements paused. Jiang Yuan looked at him and smiled. "I want to do this matter myself. I know who that person is." "Who?" Xiao Xiao asked. "The person who poisoned me." Jiang Yuan looked down. "I was careless. But I will be careful in the future." She raised her eyes and smiled at Xiao Xiao. Although the smile was very faint, there was something different about it. Xiao Xiao was sensitive to the fact that something seemed to have changed unknowingly. He was slightly startled and looked at her without saying a word. In the imperial palace, in the imperial concubine hall, the woman was dressed in embroidered clothes, and her expression seemed to be very comfortable. The hall was full of warmth, and the fragrance of incense curled up in spirals. Exquisite jade wares were casually placed in the compartments. Obviously, the mistress was extremely pampered. Jiang Dan slowly picked up a plum from the crystal plate and put it in her mouth. She looked at the person in gray in front of her and said, "In the end, I did as you said." "Why did you make me say that?" The person in gray's long robe covered all the way to her feet, and the hat almost covered half of her face, revealing only her beautiful chin. Her tone was somewhat slow and strange. "People who know too much will only have more trouble in the end." "Does Zhaoyi really want to know?" Jiang Ruan's action of picking up the plum paused, and a trace of imperceptible nervousness flashed across her face. She was an intelligent person, and naturally knew the meaning of this sentence. The difference between her and Jiang Su Su was that she never had to control others and put herself in the highest position. Before that, she always knew how to lie low, and she always knew when to stop. The meaning behind this person's words was really thought-provoking. Moreover, Jiang Su Su had a feeling that the person in front of her was not ordinary. She immediately laughed and said, "Why did you want me to say those things?" "I don't care, as long as I can achieve what you said. Previously, you said that as long as I said that, Jiang Yuan can no longer exist in this world. Now that there has been no news of her for a long time, you couldn't have failed, right?" Previously in the palace, Jiang Dan had seen this person in gray in front of her through Xianli. The person in gray sent Xianli away and told her about Jiang Yuan. Strangely, he seemed to be able to understand Jiang Dan's fear of Jiang Yuan, and proposed cooperation to make Jiang Yuan disappear from this world. With Jiang Dan's cautious temperament, she should not have agreed to the person in gray's request so hastily. But now that Jiang Yuan was already genieing Wang Fei, and looking at her appearance, Xiao Xiao doted on her. This really made Jiang Dan very uneasy. If she could get rid of Jiang Ruan as soon as possible, that would be for the best. Moreover, this matter did not require her to take the risk, she only needed to say a few words. Although she did not understand what method the person in grey had used, it was clear that Jiang Ruan had unknowingly offended someone who seemed to be very difficult to deal with. This, to Jiang Dan, was exactly what she wanted to see happen. Your suspicion is unnecessary. The person in grey said, if you don't believe me, Zhao can do it herself. Jiang Dan's expression tightened, and then she smiled, of course I believe you, I will wait for your good news. After the matter is done, I will have to thank you. Zhao should be thanking herself. The person in grey suddenly laughed. Although his expression could not be seen, one could hear the laughter in his voice. It faintly brushed past one's heart, and it really made one feel a little scared. He said, if it were not for Zhao's methods many years ago, today's matter would not have been so easy. Therefore, it is all thanks to Zhao's plans many years ago. His every word seemed to heavily knock on Jiang Dan's body. Jiang Dan's body trembled, as if someone had peeped into her deepest secret, and she almost collapsed on the chair. She had originally thought that besides Xia Yan and Jiang Ruan, no one else in the world knew about this matter. Xia Yan was already dead, so there was nothing to fear. The only person she had to be wary of was Jiang Ruan. But this stranger of unknown origin seemed to have already known about it. How did he find out? What did he want to do? She forced herself to be calm and said, I don't know what you are talking about. The person in grey slowly stood up, and there was a trace of strangeness in his voice. Zhao Nyang need not be too worried. My goal is the same as yours. Because what we want is for her to disappear. On this point, you and I are no different. As for other matters, I do not have the mind to discipline her, so Zhao Nyang need not worry too much. Do you have enmity with her? Jiang Dan asked tentatively. In fact, I have no enmity with Hong and Junju. The person in grey's reply made Jiang Dan's heart tighten. Immediately after, she heard the person in grey say, but she obstructs others, so she must disappear. The person in grey's reply made Jiang Dan sigh in relief. She secretly suppressed the doubts in her heart and a smile floated on her face. No matter what, I will wait for your good news. The scenery of Jianan Mountain was different from that of the capital. There was not a trace of the bustling atmosphere of a marketplace. Instead, it was like a utopia. When Jiang Ruan woke up, she found that the place she was in was very beautiful. Even someone like her, who did not care about the outside world, was shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of her. This place seemed to be isolated from the world of mortals, without the slightest bit of contamination. It seemed that as long as someone stepped into this place, their heart would be cleansed of all regrets. It was also in Luyang Manor that Jiang Ruan met Xiao Xiao's master, Mr. Ba Qi. This was an old man who looked very sage-like. Unlike Su Kong Dao Zhang, who pretended to be immortal, Mr. Ba Qi had a temperament that was detached from the world of mortals. He had a gentle temperament, and from playing a game of chess with Jiang Ruan, she could see that his mind was clear and exquisite. He was a person of great wisdom. Because Xia Qing had not studied the poison in Jiang Ruan's body, she had been diligently practicing medicine these days. She once again flipped through all the medical books in Jianan Mountain's attic, wanting to make up for her lack of skill. She stayed in the attic all day and did not see him. Now that Xiao Xiao and Qi Feng had gone out to hunt, there were only Jiang Ruan and Mr. Ba Qi in the huge Luyang Manor. The chessboard was exquisite. Mr. Ba Qi picked up a black piece and put it down. He suddenly said, Xiao is very worried about you. Jiang Ruan looked up at Mr. Ba Qi. Mr. Ba Qi smiled slightly, girl, watch the game. His expression was calm. Jiang Ruan could not think of anything else, so she reached out to pick up a black piece from the porcelain jar and put it down. She said, I know. Girl, do you like Ah Xiao? Mr. Ba Chi asked. It was a little strange for an elder to ask a junior this question. Moreover, he was Xiao Xiao's teacher. Jiang Ruan did not want to hide anything from this wise old man in front of her. Almost without hesitation, she answered straightforwardly, I like him. I have accepted a total of 9 disciples. Among the 9 disciples, Xiao's temperament is the coldest. Mr. Ba Chi did not raise his head and put down another piece. His tone seemed to be reminiscing, at that time in Jianan Mountain, he originally practiced the art of Qi Huang. Even if the incident at Jining Wang Fu did not happen, he still carried a lot of burdens. Although he learned the art of Qi Huang, he did not value it. In fact, he was the disciple with the most spiritual nature. My 9 disciples all practiced 9 unique skills. Mr. Ba Chi smiled, but later, when the incident at Jining Wang Fu happened, Xiao knelt in front of me and wanted to learn how to kill. His expression was slightly sad. Xiao's temperament is not suitable to be the world's #1 killer. I did not agree. On that day, there was a lot of snow on Jianan Mountain. He knelt at the foot of the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Ruan's hand slightly paused, and then she put down another piece. She had never seen that kind of Xiao Xiao. However, the incident at Jining Wang Fu, to Xiao Xiao, should be the same as when Zhao Mei and Jiang Xing had met with misfortune. Naturally, it was a heart-wrenching pain. Now, Xiao Xiao was calm and introverted. His joy and anger did not show on his face. It seemed that nothing could shake the indifference between his brows. However, as long as one thought of that noble youth slowly lifting the corner of his robe and slowly kneeling in the snow-covered mountain, his back perfectly straight, that silent scene was enough to move one's countenance. Later on, I agreed to him. Ah Xiao treats himself harshly because he can be a person that he is not suited to be. He has been in the genie guard for so many years, but he has never once complained of bitterness. I believe that this is his perseverance. After so many years, it seems that he no longer has any weaknesses. He looked at Jiang Ruan, his gaze full of smiles. Girl, you are the first, you are his weakness. His hand rose and fell, and the game on the chessboard immediately underwent an earth-shaking change. He said, however, I am very happy that you can become his weakness, because in this way, he appears to be more like a person. Jiang Ruan was silent for a moment, and as she pondered, she placed down a chess piece. I will not hurt him. He is my husband. If someone makes things difficult for him, regardless of whether I can do it or not, I will use all my strength to help him vent his anger. In her previous life, that person had done her kindness, and in this life, it would not be enough to repay him. Moreover, in this life, he had once again helped her. How could the debt he owed be not enough? It would be better to owe him for a lifetime. In any case, she had already tied herself and Xiao Xiao together. Teacher Ba Chi stroked his beard and quickly placed down a chess piece. Girl, is it because of the karma of your previous life that you are so protective of Ah Xiao? Jiang Ruan's hand trembled, and she almost lost the chess piece in her hand. In a flash, her gaze became indifferent and vigilant, and she looked at the old man in front of her without saying a word. Ah Xiao has always had his own ideas. When the girl was unconscious, she once revealed a few words. Ah Xiao is very intelligent, and it is not that he does not know. It is just that he is not willing to take the initiative to ask. Ah Xiao is not willing to ask, but this old man wants to ask on his behalf. This old man is Ah Xiao's master, and in my heart, I also treat Ah Xiao as my own child. Girl, although you are the person that Ah Xiao likes, in this old man's opinion, you are still not honest enough with him, Teacher Ba Chi said slowly. However, in Jiang Ruan's heart, it was as if raging waves had been set off. Xiao Xiao actually knew. Naturally, she knew that Teacher Ba Chi had no reason to lie about this matter, and that it was very likely that Xiao Xiao had guessed her secret. In her dream, she had seen the ending of her previous life, and perhaps she had inadvertently said something. In an instant, Jiang Wan felt a sense of humiliation from the bottom of her heart, as if she had been spied on. If someone else had known, it would not have mattered, but that person was Xiao Xiao. How would Xiao Xiao view her, who had been born from the darkness, in such a sorry state? Girl, you do not need to worry. Teacher Ba Qi seemed to have seen through her apprehension, and gently said, since A Xiao did not choose to ask, he does not care about this matter. The person who has always cared about is not him, but you. I do not know how Master knew about this matter, Jiang Wan said with difficulty. I did not intentionally hide it from him, I just could not face it. Girl, the person you cannot face is A Xiao, or yourself? Teacher Ba Qi asked. Jiang Wan was startled. Master, what do you mean by this? A Xiao does not care about this matter. No matter what the ending is, he will gladly endure it. If you care about what he thinks, you do not need to, because he will not have any other feelings towards you because of this matter. The person you cannot face has always been yourself, that's all. Master is right, I really cannot face myself, Jiang Wan said. I am not afraid of other people's gazes, whether they regard me as a monster or a ghost. But if I were to be placed in front of him like this, I would feel too ashamed to show my face. Her tone was frank, and there was not the slightest bit of concealment. I cannot face myself standing by his side like this, so I will never take the initiative to tell him about this matter. If it were not for this matter, I would never have told this secret for the rest of my life. Some things will only add to the troubles, and I am not willing to add to this trouble. Then what about now? Teacher Ba Qi smiled slightly. As Master said, he does not care, so why should I care? Jiang Wan said indifferently, this time, when I was in danger, I saw a lot of things that I did not understand. I also understood some of the difficult problems that I did not understand before, and I feel that I owe him a lot. Some things are destined to happen, so why should I obstruct them? Don't worry, Master, I will tell him the whole story. After listening to these things, whether he despises me or doesn't care, it is all his decision. I respect him. After saying this, Jiang Wan seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden that she had been carrying for many years. The secret of her rebirth had been buried in her heart since the beginning of this life. She had walked step by step with difficulty, but she had never thought of sharing it with anyone, not even with the person closest to her, Jiang Xing. She had intended to carry it alone to the end. But now, there was another person to carry it with her. Perhaps the burden would lighten a lot, or perhaps nothing would be lightened. No matter what the result was, she was happy to endure it, and did not feel sad. She spoke so openly that a trace of admiration flashed in Teacher Ba Qi's eyes, and he said slowly, congratulations. Little girl, you no longer have any inner demons. Jiang Wan was stunned. Teacher Ba Qi said, just now, you said that you did not tell A Xiao because it was difficult to face him, but now I feel that it is not a bad thing. The old man in front of her suddenly winked at her mischievously, and his tone was full of mischief. At least, it shows that you truly care about A Xiao. Chapter 193. In the depths of the jungle in the distance, the man in purple dismounted and looked at the young man in black on the horse. Third brother, after so many years, your aim is still so good. Xiao Xiao also turned over and dismounted. Behind the shiny fur of the mount, there was a string of prey hanging upside down. Among them, a white wolf was extremely eye-catching. Its whole body was snow white without a trace of mixed hair. It was huge and there was an arrow in its throat. Obviously, it had been shot. Hunting in this kind of snowy jungle was difficult. The white wolf's fur color was also integrated with the snow. One must have very good eyesight to distinguish it. This wolf was huge and agile. Unfortunately, it met Xiao Xiao. In the end, it was still in the bag. It's just a beast. Xiao Xiao did not care. Qi Feng paused. Third brother killed the white wolf to make a cloak for third sister-in-law. This white wolf skin is hard to find. Third sister-in-law has just recovered from a serious illness and needs to take good care of her body. Xiao Xiao looked at him and did not speak. In fact, what Qi Feng said was right. Seeing him so cold, Qi Feng did not mind. He just shook his head and smiled. Although the white wolf skin is good, unfortunately, third sister-in-law hates white. If it is red fox skin, she should like it more. Xiao Xiao stopped and looked at him. He said lightly, "What do you want to say?" Qi Feng smiled bitterly. These days, the relationship between the two had always been a little strange. Even Xia Qing, the brainless doctor, could see that something was wrong. Naturally, it was because Jiang Ruan was in a coma a few days ago. Qi Feng's actions made Xiao Xiao unhappy. He looked into the distance and could faintly see the peak of Jia Nan Mountain. He said, "Third brother, you are the third senior in Jia Nan Mountain. Among the 9 brothers, you are the most intelligent. Nothing is difficult for you. Even if I learned the art of politics, in terms of intelligence, I am not as good as you." Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Qi Feng's voice, which seemed to be filled with memories, came from his side. "In the beginning, you were indifferent and treated everyone coldly. Except for the second brother who could talk to you for a while, you looked down on the rest of the brothers. At that time, we were still young, all of us were youths. When we saw your actions, we thought that you were proud and arrogant, so we didn't want to be associated with you." Qi Feng smiled. In the beginning, the 9 of them lived together on Mount Jia, and all they had to do every day was to practice on the mountain. At that time, they only felt that the days were hard. Later on, when they left the mountain, they truly saw the ostentatious hustle and bustle behind the boundless secular world. Only then did they realize that the days on the mountain were the best. "Third brother once saved my life, right here." Qi Feng suddenly said, "I still remember third brother's appearance at that time. You didn't say anything. At that time, I was very scared, but you didn't look nervous at all. At that time, I felt that you were very powerful, so from then on, I really admired you. Many years ago, it was also a snowy day like this. A few of his fellow apprentices came out of the forest to hunt. There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts in the winter deep in the forest. Who knew that on that day, they would encounter a big black bear that came out to look for food? The black bear was tall and fierce. At that time, Guan Lianghan and the others were far away and could not come out to help. Seeing that Qi Feng, who only knew a little bit of kung fu, was about to die under the black bear's sharp mouth, but halfway through, an arrow flew and pierced into the black bear's mouth. The black bear was furious, and the man caught up from behind. Arrows could not be used, so Xiao Xiao pulled out the short dagger on his body and faced it without changing his expression. Even if it was a person with good skills, facing a beast at such a close distance would inevitably be at a disadvantage, not to mention that Xiao Xiao only had a short dagger in his hand. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. One could imagine how dangerous it was. When Xiao Xiao finally subdued the black bear, he had already suffered some injuries. However, he always wore black clothes, so the blood could not be seen. At a glance, except for his pale face, he was as indifferent as usual. At that time, Qi Feng was very nervous, but Xiao Xiao did not say anything. There was no deep hatred between the youths. Usually, it was just a fight. It was better to get rid of enmity than to keep it alive. Xiao Xiao's calmness and indifference at that moment almost made Qi Feng look at him in a different light. He seemed to see from that incident that this cold-faced senior was not as unreasonable as he appeared to be. It was just that he was not good at expressing himself. Qi Feng admired such a courageous person from the bottom of his heart. It was precisely because of this that after finishing his apprenticeship, he did not enter the imperial court as everyone thought. Instead, he went to Xiao Xiao's genie guard's 100 Zhang Tower and hid behind the scenes to work for him. Because in Qi Feng's eyes, following Xiao Xiao's career was more glorious than the so-called glory of the imperial court. Waking up from his memories, Qi Feng smiled slightly. What I want to say is that third brother will always be the person I admire the most. I will not fight for anything, and I have no other thoughts. Third sister-in-law is the most special woman I have ever seen. He sighed softly. If I had met her earlier, I would not be so willing. But since she is your wife, she is just my sister-in-law. In the end, he could not hide the sadness in his tone. I have never thought that you have other thoughts. Xiao Xiao interrupted his words, and his tone was as cold as ever. You will not. The three words, you will not, seemed to be flat and without any ripples, but in an instant, it brought a warm power in this cold mountain. A person like Xiao Xiao should not easily trust others. However, the words, you don't know how, contained a kind of absolute trust. Qi Feng's heart was inexplicably sour, and there was an indescribable bitter taste in his mouth. He shook his head and said, I always feel that it is impossible for any of us brothers to catch up with you. You are better than us. Perhaps it was not just a matter of time before he lost. Xiao Xiao was indeed an excellent person in the world and was very compatible with Jiang Ruan. Today, with these words, Qi Feng opened his heart and took the initiative to erase the estrangement. Xiao Xiao's answer also showed his attitude. Although his heart was sour, in the end, he had put down a stone. Qi Feng wanted to liven up the atmosphere, so he smiled and changed the topic. No matter what, third sister-in-law is fine. Surviving a disaster will only lead to more good fortune. It's just that this matter cannot be separated from the southern frontier. The people of the southern frontier are already preparing to take action in the capital. Xianli has a close relationship with the southern frontier. Maybe he is also involved in this matter. I will not let him go. Xiao Xiao said. He probably wants to use the same old trick again. Qi Feng said, in the beginning, he did such a thing and squandered the friendship between us brothers. Although Master has expelled him from the sect, every time I think about it, I feel disgusted. Qi Feng sighed, with his vengeful nature, if one day the great cause of the world falls into his hands, the first one he will not spare will be our Jia Nan mountain. There will not be such a day. Xiao Xiao said. I know that third brother will not let him succeed. We have not forgotten about ninth brother. Qi Feng looked at his sleeves. The debt he owes will be repaid one day. When Qi Feng and Xiao Xiao returned to Green Poplar Manor, Xia Qing, who came out to brew medicine, was unexpectedly happy to see the prey the two brought back. It turned out that the white wolf bone was a precious medicine that could be used as medicine. She immediately dragged the white wolf back and said that she would send the wolf skin back. Xiao Xiao had always been generous with these things. Except for the wolf skin, the rest were useless to him, so he immediately agreed. I heard that white wolves are very difficult to hunt. How did you hunt one? In her previous life, Jiang Wan had seen a white wolf skin in the palace. Xianli had spent a lot of money to buy it from an outside merchant. White wolves that didn't have a single strand of hair on their bodies were hard to come by. Using arrows or knives would leave flaws on the wolf's skin. At that time, a complete white wolf skin was indeed enviable, but Xianli gave it to Imperial Concubine Chen. Imperial Concubine Chen made the white wolf skin into a wolf skin scarf and piled it up on her neck. The emperor praised it very much. Xiao Xiao went out for a trip and came back with a white wolf. She could not help but be a little curious. Xiao Xiao looked at her and said, use arrows. Jiang Ruan, Xiao Xiao saw that she was speechless and could not help but laugh. Jiang Ruan glared at him. This person was deliberately teasing her. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, I heard from Master that you had 9 martial brothers. I just saw the other brothers' calligraphy and paintings in the attic. Why don't I see 8th martial brother? Jiang Ruan had seen almost all of Xiao Xiao's martial brothers. Except for eldest martial brother Xueda and 6th martial brother Du Lu, they were traveling and temporarily not in Jin Kingdom. However, when Xia Qing brought up the matter of number 8 and number 9, she would stammer and evade it. Xia Qin was an honest person and did not know how to lie. This kind of attitude was really strange in Jiang Ruan's eyes. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Xiao suddenly thought of this matter, she casually mentioned it. When Xiao Xiao heard this, his expression changed slightly. He did not immediately answer, but slowly frowned. Jiang Ruan was stunned and said, "If you don't want to say." Number 8 is Xianli. Not waiting for her to finish, Xiao Xiao interrupted her. Ninth martial brother is actually ninth martial sister. She died because of Xianli. After this incident, Xianli was expelled from the school by master. Xiao Xiao's words were as concise and comprehensive as usual, but this short sentence made people's hearts jump with fear. Even Jiang Ruan was shocked by the twists and turns in his words and was somewhat speechless. She had been with Xianli for a long time, but she had never known that Xianli and Xiao Xiao were fellow martial brothers. Moreover, she did not know that Xianli and Xiao Xiao had such a grudge. Seeing her shocked expression, Xiao Xiao reached out and held her soft hand. His hand was slender and had distinct joints. It did not have the coarseness of ordinary martial artists. Instead, it had a kind of lustrous and powerful beauty. It was really pleasing to the eye. Jiang Ruan looked up at him. Xiao Xiao sighed and said, "Sit down, I will slowly tell you." Although Mr. Hakone of the Jianan Mountain had lived in seclusion, he was known as Mr. Destiny. Many people wanted to send their sons to Jianan Mountain to learn martial arts. However, Mr. Hakone's temperament was eccentric. He would not accept anyone who was not pleasing to his eyes. The 9 disciples who were accepted by Master Ba Qi had their own merits and were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Master Xue was a glib talker, Guan Er had the bravery of a general, Xiao San was the best assassin, Qi Si was a military genius, Xia Wu was skilled in medicine, Du Lu had a pair of skillful hands that could make all kinds of hidden weapons, Mo Qi Yu was a world-shaking genius, Xian Ba had the air of an emperor, and Bai Jiu inherited Master Ba Qi's mantle and practiced divination. At that time, Bai Jiu's name was Bai Zhu. She was an abandoned baby that Master Ba Qi had picked up from outside. He raised her and had always treated her as his own daughter. Master Ba Qi accepted 8 male disciples, and Bai Zhu was a woman. Although Jianan Mountain did not have a strict barrier between men and women, if news of this were to spread, it would affect the way people looked at Bai Zhu. Master Ba Qi ordered Bai Zhu to dress as a man, and she usually addressed Xiao Xiao and the others as martial brothers. In name, she was the 9th junior brother, but in fact, she was the 9th junior sister. There was only one little sister on Jianan Mountain, and Bai Zhu was indeed smart and lovely. She was also raised by Master Ba Qi to have an innocent temperament. All of them doted on Bai Zhu very much. In these long years, Bai Zhu finally grew from a little girl to a beautiful girl. No matter how much she dressed as a man, she could not hide the fact that Bai Zhu was a woman, especially at the age of a flower. Which girl did not yearn for love? No one knew when Bai Zhu fell in love with Xianli. In all fairness, Xianli was indeed a very outstanding young man in Jianan Mountain. He was born handsome and elegant, and he had the unique noble temperament of the royal family. What was more rare was that he did not put on airs at all, and he treated people gently and politely. Not only Bai Zhu, but also his martial brothers at that time were sincere friends with him. The disciples who grew up in Jianan Mountain were very lively because of Master Ba Qi. In comparison, Xiao Xiao and Xianli's behavior was more mature and restrained, but compared with the cold Xiao Xiao, it was obvious that Xianli, who was always smiling, was more like a spring breeze. Bai Zhu was a girl with a bright temperament, and she had hardly come into contact with the human world at the foot of the mountain. Her world was simple and fragile, almost transparent. It was very obvious that she liked someone. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Bai Zhu liked Xianli, and Xianli could naturally see that. If she didn't like someone, she could just say that she didn't like him. The most hateful thing was to use other people's feelings to achieve her own secrets. At that time, Xianli learned how to rule the world, and he was originally a member of the royal family, so it was understandable that he learned this. Baizhu was proficient in divination, but she could not divine the divination of herself and the people close to her. Master Ba Qi said that this was the destiny of heaven. The books in Master Ba Qi's attic could be flipped at will, but when Master Ba Qi taught her something, he left a trick, which was the so-called key to the lifeline of the royal family, the celestial phenomenon of the dragon vein. No one knew when Xianli became interested in this matter. The terrible thing was that he was only a teenager at that time, but he could resist the desire in his heart and plan. On the surface, he acted like a brother to Jianan Mountain, but on the other hand, he secretly instigated Baijiu to steal Master Ba Qi's celestial phenomenon map. Baijiu was just a budding girl at that time, and she didn't understand conspiracies and desires at all, let alone the meaning of what Xianli wanted her to do. She just thought that it was an ordinary senior brother who asked her to steal some food and some copper coins. Master Ba Qi treated his disciples strictly, but he treated her very leniently. Baizhu wanted to steal the celestial phenomenon map for Xianli, but she didn't expect that the celestial phenomenon map was not an ordinary object, and there were hidden traps in it. Baizhu only knew a little self-defense, so she couldn't withstand the poisonous hidden weapons, and was immediately hit by the hidden weapons. The poison had to be detoxified within 2 hours. If Baizhu had been found earlier, she wouldn't have died. But the celestial phenomenon map was hidden in the secret room, and only Xianli knew that Baizhu had gone to the secret room. He didn't say a word and didn't tell anyone about it because he was afraid of getting into trouble. Baizhu was killed by the hidden weapons in the secret room, and she was found 1 day later. Xianli said he didn't know anything at that time, but in the end, Master Ba Qi found some clues. Jianan Mountain didn't accept treacherous people, let alone such a beast with a human face. Baizhu was the daughter of Xianli's master, and she treated him sincerely. But because of his insidiousness and selfishness, she died in vain. Xianli refused to admit it, and there was no other evidence. At that time, imperial concubine Chen was in the limelight. If they killed Xianli privately, it would only bring trouble to Jianan Mountain's disciples. Baizhu was the little sister of their brothers, and they had always cared for her as a family member. Because of this, she died tragically, so everyone was furious. If they wanted to do something secretly, it wouldn't be impossible to make Xianli pay with his life. But in the end, Master Ba Qi appeared and stopped the angry brothers. He said that he had long calculated that Baizhu would have such a tribulation in her life. Even if it wasn't Xianli, it would be someone else. Similarly, Xianli would also have his own fate tribulation. People outside the world couldn't intervene in the affairs of the world. Xianli would taste the bitter fruit of what he had sown today. In the end, Master Ba Qi's words made the brothers give up the idea of secretly killing Xianli. But they could no longer live with Xianli in Jianan Mountain. Even if Master Ba Qi was a saint, he couldn't remain indifferent after hurting his daughter, who he regarded as his own. After this matter, he expelled Xianli from the sect and announced that Xianli had nothing to do with Jianan Mountain anymore. From then on, when they met Xianli again, the brothers just treated him as a stranger. The matter of Baijiu was a taboo in Jianan Mountain, and no one had ever mentioned him. He actually used the same old trick. Jiang Yuan murmured. Jiang Yuan muttered. Suddenly, she realized that Xiao Xiao was looking at her. Realizing that there was something wrong with her words, Jiang Yuan hurriedly said, "What I meant was that he had actually been scheming for so long." Xiao Xiao's memories of the past were really tortuous and heavy, and the Baizhu in it was almost exactly the same as the situation in her previous life. Didn't they all fall in love with a modest gentleman in their hearts and get close to him with great joy, only to find that he was a hungry wolf that ate people without spitting out their bones? In the end, they lost their lives in vain. She suddenly felt a little sad, as if she was a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. It turned out that whether it was in her previous life or this life, Xian Li's means had never been aimed at her alone. He used other people's sincerity to achieve his goals, and she and Bai Zhu were just a little stupid. He is Jianan Mountain's enemy. One day, this debt will be repaid. Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes. Jiang Wan looked at him sideways, and her beautiful charming eyes faintly rose, seeming to be a little mischievous. Xiao Xiao was a little scared by her stare and asked, "What's wrong?" Ninth Shimmy is clever and quick-witted, naive and unaffected, and is the treasure of her fellow apprentices. Jiang Wan said slowly, "But recently, she has actually chosen Xianli, and you can't even compare to her?" Xiao Xiao glanced at her, and a helpless expression floated on his handsome face. He thought about it and said, "She is just a younger sister." Jiang Wan shook her head and said, "You said that ninth shimmy is naturally 1 in 100, but I feel that there is one bad thing about her, and that is that her eyesight is not good." She looked at Xiao Xiao and suddenly became bold. She reached out to pinch Xiao Xiao's cheeks and pulled them apart. "If I were her, I would definitely not choose Xianli." "What's so good about Xianli?" "He's just a little pretentious." "In my opinion," she said with a smile, "this person in front of me is more beautiful, has more elegant manners, is smarter, and has better martial arts. In terms of wealth, she is even richer than a country. Although her status can't be compared, and she isn't a member of the royal family, she is exactly what I want." Although her usual smile was gorgeous, it was always somewhat estranged. This time, after she woke up from her serious illness, she seemed to have changed. Every time she smiled in front of Xiao Xiao, it was genuine and refreshing. Her smile was bright and moving, like spring flowers and autumn moons, and the charm in her eyes was almost dazzling. Xiao Xiao could not help but be slightly absent-minded when she pulled his face, but he did not care about her rude behavior. Instead, he took advantage of the situation to hold her waist and smiled lightly, "Exactly what you want." Jiang Wan was stunned, and her hands unconsciously loosened. Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows, but he was somewhat happy. "It's my honor." After saying this, he bent down and lightly pecked her lips. Jiang Wan. Pervert. The days in Jianan Mountain were relaxed and happy, as if all the mundane world could be temporarily forgotten. Every day was leisurely. This was the place where Xiao Xiao grew up. Xiao Xiao took her through the valley that he used to repair, as if she could grow up with him this way. However, good times always passed quickly. After Jiang Wan fully recovered from her injuries, it was time to go down the mountain and return to the capital. At this special time, Xia Qing and Qi Feng also followed her back to the capital. Teacher Ba Qida also had to continue his seclusion. Before leaving, Jiang Wan sat in the carriage, leaned against Xiao Xiao, and said, "If there is a day in the future when everything is settled, I would be willing to come here and stay for a while. My mood seems to be much more open. If you like it, I will bring you here often." Xiao Xiao patted her head. Jiang Wan paused, then said, "Actually, Xiao Xiao, I have something to hide from you." Xiao Xiao looked up at her. "This is my secret. I originally intended to not tell anyone in this life. But now I have changed my mind." Jiang Wan lowered her head, and it was unknown whether she was avoiding Xiao Xiao's gaze, but her voice contained an indescribable subtle emotion. "I want to break the barrier between us, and I intend to tell you. But not now. After returning to the capital, I will tell you about this matter after I have dealt with the matter. After telling you, no matter how you look at me, I will accept it." Xiao Xiao was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and gently but firmly turned her head, forcing her to look directly at him. His dark eyes were bottomless, like ripples in the calm waters of a pond, so magnificent that it made people dizzy. "Ah, Wan, I don't care. If you think it's too much, you don't have to say it." He smiled faintly. "No matter what happens, in my eyes, you are still you. Your so-called barrier has never existed in my heart." Chapter 194. The journey back was much easier than the journey. After teacher Ba Qi detoxified Jiang Ruan's poison, Xiao Xiao sent a messenger pigeon to the capital to deliver the news. On the way back, Jiang Ruan saw the snow pigeon. It was very cute and lively, and it was very close to her. It had another name, Hu Ba, which was said to have been given by housekeeper Lin. Indeed, in a place like Jining Wang Fu, where there were more men than women, it was impossible to find a more elegant name. When they returned to Jining Wang Fu, housekeeper Lin had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Wan return safe and sound, he was so happy that tears streamed down his face. Ji Jiao wanted to immediately return to the ancestral shrine to comfort the ancestors and thank the ancestors of the Xiao family for their blessing. Lu Zhu and the others had stayed in the Fu because Xiao Xiao had to hurry on his journey. These days, they had lost a lot of weight. When Jiang Wan got off the carriage, a few servant girls surrounded her and asked all sorts of questions. Lu Zhu smiled and said, "Now Miss can be considered well. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Now that you have escaped danger, we must properly celebrate." Bai Ji was deeply worried. It is better not to leave behind any lingering illness. After all, it has been poisoned for so many years. This servant is relieved that Miss is fine. Why are you saying these discouraging things? Lian Qiao glared at Bai Ji. Now that Miss has returned safely, the past is in the past. In the future, just be more careful. Tian Zhu lowered her head and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "This subordinate did not protect young madam well, please punish me." The genie guards had always taken their duties very seriously. Now that she was Jiang Ruan's personal guard, Jiang Ruan had been poisoned under her eyes. No matter how you looked at it, it was all her fault. What does this have to do with you? It is impossible to guard against. Jiang Ruan said gently, "It was just that the other party was too cunning. You can't possibly protect me from being poisoned more than 10 years ago." Tian Zhu looked at Jiang Ruan in surprise. Jiang Ruan's face was warm but her heart was cold. Normally, although she would not make things difficult for her servant girls, her attitude was not particularly close. Especially towards a servant girl who had followed along halfway, she would not take the initiative to comfort her. Now, these words were exonerating her. Looking at Jiang Ruan's eyes, the usual hostility seemed to have dissipated a little and was replaced by a special kind of relief and magnanimity. She did not know what Jiang Ruan encountered on this trip to Jianan with Xiao Xiao to show such a difference. Tian Zhu was still guessing, but she still looked at Xiao Xiao. Jiang Ruan understood what she was thinking and looked at Xiao Xiao. "Since you have given Tian Zhu to me, I have the right to punish her." Xiao Xiao nodded. Jiang Ruan smiled and said, "All right, I've already said that it has nothing to do with you." Tian Zhu carefully glanced at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao did not have any special reaction. She felt somewhat grateful in her heart and said, "This subordinate thanks young madam and young master for his leniency." Qi Feng coughed twice. "Third sister-in-law, it is better for you to enter the house first. Be careful of catching a cold outside. Now that you have just recovered from your illness, your body is still slightly weak." Everyone agreed, and Lian Qiao and Bai Ji helped Jiang Ruan into the house. Xiao Xiao still had some matters to attend to in the palace, so after comforting Jiang Ruan, he left first. After Xiao Xiao left, Jiang Ruan sat in the room. The room appeared to be a little messy. Jiang Ruan blushed and said, "These few maidservants have been worried about Miss Health these past few days and have not been in the mood to tidy up the room. We will go and sweep now." "There's no hurry," Jiang Ruan said faintly, "I still have some matters to instruct you all on." "What is it?" Dewdrop asked curiously. "Although the poison in my body is an old illness, it was triggered by someone using poison a few days ago. I know who made it." Jiang Ruan took the cup of hot tea from Lian Qiao's hands and took a sip. Tian Zhu's expression tightened. "Do you know who that is?" Although I don't know who personally poisoned me, I know who the mastermind is. Jiang Wan smiled faintly. Since he has given me such a big gift, how can I not respond? The few servant girls looked at each other in dismay, not understanding the meaning behind Jiang Ruan's words. After a long time, Dewdrop said, "Is this person the same person who poisoned Miss more than 10 years ago? Why would he do such a vicious thing to Miss? If it was First Furin." Dewdrop frowned and said, "Now that First Furin is already dead, how could she instruct someone to poison Miss? That person is not Xia Yan." Jiang Wan looked at the tea leaves floating in the cup. "This person came for my life many years ago. Now that he has suddenly used the same trick, it is only because he feels that I once again pose a threat to him. That person is in the palace. This debt, along with my mother's, I naturally want to get it back." She sneered. "Xiao Xiao has already gone to make arrangements. Tomorrow morning, I will make them pay." Lien Qiao and the others looked at each other. Since Jiang Wan did not make it clear, it was naturally because the person behind it was not simple, and she also had her own ideas. The few servant girls had followed her for so long, they naturally understood her intentions and would not continue to question her. Tianzhu asked, "What does Miss want us to do?" "I have already made a foolproof plan. Since that person is in the palace, I naturally have to return the favor in the palace. Tomorrow, you will follow me to the palace. There are some things that I also want to clarify." She smiled faintly, but there was a biting chill in her eyes, causing Lien Qiao and the others to shiver uncontrollably. In a corner of the palace, Jiang Dan fiercely threw the porcelain bottle in her hand to the ground. With a crisp, huala sound, the sparkling and translucent fragments burst everywhere. The surrounding palace maids did not dare to breathe loudly, and one of them hurriedly knelt down to pick up the fragments. Jiang Dan angrily said, "Get out." The palace maids jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. Only Jiang Dan was left in the huge palace. Her expression was no longer as charming and adorable as usual, but rather somewhat frightening. She forcefully clenched her fists and unconsciously gritted her teeth. Even if one was more tolerant, the longer one stayed in a place like the palace, the higher one stood, the easier it was for one's true nature to be exposed. And once one lost one's composure, it was extremely easy for one to be caught. However, even now, Jiang Dan was still relatively clear-headed. Therefore, before anyone discovered any clues, she still remembered to drive all the palace maids out. She had always been a careful person. Not only was Jiang Wan safe and sound, but she had also appeared in the horse carriage outside Jining Wangfu. When this matter reached her ears, Jiang Dan's hands trembled. In the past few days, no matter how hard she tried, she could not find any news of Jiang Wan. Jining Wangfu was so impregnable that even a fly could not fly out. Moreover, Jiang Wan had just met with an accident, so she did not dare to go against the wind and commit a crime at this critical juncture. Originally, she thought that since there was no news of Jiang Wan for so long, the odds were against her. Who knew that Jiang Wan would swagger back to Jining Wangfu in a horse carriage? She did not even know when Jiang Wan had left. She did not expect that Jiang Wan would be so lucky, but Jiang Dan felt even more panicked. Since Jiang Ruan's body had completely recovered, she would certainly know that the poison from her youth was still present in her body. If she truly investigated, sooner or later, it would be traced back to her. With Jiang Ruan's sinister temperament, it was obvious from the fate of Xia Yan's family that she would not easily give up. Once she was discovered, Jiang Wan would certainly not forgive her. Every time she thought of this, Jiang Dan felt a burst of panic in her heart. She thought of that grey-clothed man and could not help but complain in her heart. At that time, they had agreed that even if Jiang Wan had great abilities, it would be difficult for her to escape this calamity. Who would have thought that in the end, a mishap would still occur? After thinking for a while, she walked to the table at the side, took a pen from the jade tube, and pretended to write a letter to someone else. It was also in the palace, but there was someone whose mood was completely different from Jiang Dan's. In the southern Yuan, Xiao Xiao had just walked into the hall when a delicate youth stepped forward. Without being polite, he grabbed his sleeve and said, "She's back. She's in the Fu." Xiao Xiao pulled out his sleeve without batting an eyelid. 13th Prince, do you intend to visit my wife? For a subject to address himself as I in front of a prince, Xiao Xiao was really bold. However, the little prince did not have the slightest awareness of being bullied. Immediately, a trace of obvious joy flashed across his face. All right, when are you leaving? For the past 10 days, Xian Pei had been in the palace like a year. Every day, he thought about Jiang Ruan's illness the most. Even when the emperor came to ask him about his homework, he was absent-minded and answered many questions wrongly. Even Lu Min could see that he had something on his mind, but Xian Pei naturally would not tell outsiders the reason. With so many things on his mind, Jiang Ruan was bedridden, but he had lost a lot of weight. Later, when he received news from Xiao Xiao that Jiang Ruan's poison had been cured, Xian Pei's heart was finally relieved. However, Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao did not seem to have any intention of returning, which made Xian Pei extremely angry. In his heart, he did not know how many times he had cursed Xiao Xiao for being sinister and taking Jiang Ruan away. Finally, Jiang Ruan had returned to the capital. No one can take away a prince at will. If your highness wishes to visit my humble abode, you must find a way to come out yourself, Xiao Xiao said lightly. Xian Pei was stunned for a moment by such a blatant bullying, and then he became angry. You are so unreasonable, treating me like this. I will tell her. How about it? Xiao Xiao looked at him. Although there was no special expression on his face, his gaze was full of pressure. Xian Pei was at a loss for words, and for a moment, he was stunned. When he reacted, he felt that he had been suppressed by the other party's gaze, and it was very shameful. In his anger, he shouted, "She will definitely seek justice for me." In the palace, Xian Pei had always behaved calmly beyond his age. Sometimes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was more like an adult than an adult. Especially now that he was increasingly valued by the emperor, the servants had almost never seen Xian Pei act childishly. Now that Xiao Xiao had angered him to the point of stamping his feet, he had the rare vigor that someone of his age should have. "She is my wife, why should she help you?" Xiao Xiao continued. "She is still my..." Xian Pei was about to finish speaking when he suddenly paused. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Xiao vigilantly, but his heart seemed to be in turmoil. This person's scheming was very deep. With just a few words, he had almost managed to fish out his secret. Xiao Xiao appeared to be cold and indifferent to everything, but in fact, he had a very observant ability. He was well aware that Xian Pei's emotions would become abnormal at the mention of Jiang Ruan, and he also knew what words to use to provoke Xian Pei's emotions. Thus, he said it out loud. Xian Pei's heart, which had just been provoked, slowly calmed down. Looking at Xiao Xiao, he suddenly smiled and said, "Xiao Wangye, by doing this, you are really using your strength to bully the weak." His words were full of sarcasm, but Xiao Xiao did not even blink and said indifferently, 13th Highness is not weak. Xian Pei swallowed his saliva. Who said that Jinying Wang was a cold-faced saint who was above the common people? Once this person became bad, he was really bad. Everywhere he went, he could poke at a person's sore spot. After taking a deep breath, Xian Pei said, "I know what you want to know, but there is no need for me to tell you. Although you and she are husband and wife, but..." Xian Pei smiled maliciously, "Come to think of it, you should not be a real husband and wife. 13th Highness is overstepping your boundaries," Xiao Xiao reminded him, "that day will come." Xian Pei was caught off guard by his words. He looked at Xiao Xiao strangely, as if trying to see whether the person in front of him was the same person that others were talking about. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "No matter what, she and you can't talk about everything. What you want to know is a secret, and this secret is related to me and her." If you really want her good, think of a way to get me out of the palace. I want to see her. There are some things that I want to explain to her face to face. After that, if she truly trusts you, she will naturally tell you. But I have no obligation to tell you. Xiao Xiao looked at him silently and nodded, okay. Seeing him agree so readily, Xian Pei was relieved and looked at him solemnly. You saved her life before. No matter what, I should thank you on her behalf. No matter what happens, my goal is the same as yours. You and I will not harm her. This was the first time that Xian Pei had sincerely admitted defeat to Xiao Xiao. Perhaps it was because Xiao Xiao had thought of a way to cure the poison in Jiang Ruan's body that Xian Pei was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Xiao glanced at him. I saved my wife. What does that have to do with you? There is no need to thank me. Xian Pei. Jiang Ruan had only returned to Jining Prince's Fu for a short while when Jiang Xing, who had received the news, rushed back from the barracks. He pulled Jiang Ruan along and nagged her about a bunch of things that she needed to pay attention to when she was sick. If she did not know that this eldest brother of hers had a martial background, Jiang Ruan would have suspected that Jiang Xing was going to change his profession to become a doctor. She had not told the General Fu about the matter of her being poisoned. If Xiao Guang knew that someone had made a move against her and her son more than 10 years ago, she feared that he would immediately go to the minister's Fu and turn it upside down. It was just that now was not the right time. When Jiang Xing brought up this matter, his heart was filled with lingering fear and anger. He only said, "What exactly happened?" Xiao Xiao did not tell me who poisoned you. Are you not going to tell me either? Baiji brought over some plum blossom honey water. Jiang Ruan pushed a cup in front of Jiang Xing and comforted him. I know who that person is. I just don't want to beat the grass and alert the enemy. Eldest brother, don't worry. I will resolve this matter tomorrow morning. This matter is not difficult for me. With Xiao Xiao's help, nothing will happen. Eldest brother also knows what kind of person I am. There is no reason for me to be schemed against. Ruan, I am your eldest brother. Jiang Xing was annoyed. You would rather tell Xiao Xiao than tell me. Is this because you think that eldest brother is useless, so you don't want to tell eldest brother about this matter and let him handle it? Jiang Xing felt a little wronged. Once this sister got married, she would no longer be his sister. He said, when you were young, when you were bullied by others, it was eldest brother who stood up for you. How come you don't remember now? Jiang Ruan helplessly held her forehead. Eldest brother, what are you saying? What does this have to do with me thinking that you are useless? I will naturally tell you about this matter, but not now. Can't you even wait for one more night? Besides, I am not letting you interfere because your position is not right. You are a general. If you interfere in these matters, you will inevitably attract gossip. Xiao Xiao is different. The embroidered uniform guards under him are different from ordinary soldiers. They work in secret and are easy to use. He is my husband, his people are my people. Eldest brother, you don't like him. Is it because you are dissatisfied with me? Jiang Xing was at a loss for words. Why would I be dissatisfied with you? Now that I have obtained this scholarly title, I do not want you to be bullied by others. If I still have to be afraid of others talking about me after I have obtained this scholarly title, and I even have to think about how to stand up for you, what is the point of climbing higher? Seeing Jiang Ruan's slightly stunned expression, Jiang Xing's heart softened. After all, he was afraid that she would think too much and cause trouble for her body that had just recovered from a serious illness. He hurriedly said, all right, whatever you say, I don't care. Wait until tomorrow, you must find that person for me. If he dares to lay his hands on you, I will personally cripple him. Jiang Ruan smiled. Jiang Xing looked at her and suddenly sighed. Although I do not know why, this time when you went to Xiao Xiao's school, you seemed to be much more cheerful. I think it is all thanks to Xiao Xiao. Jiang Ruan was startled. Why does eldest brother say that? You are my younger sister, I understand you. Jiang Xing shook his head. In the past, I always felt that there was something on your heart, even after you got married. But now that you have returned, I feel that your temperament has changed a lot. Originally, I did not like Xiao Xiao. I felt that his temperament was too cold, and that he could not take good care of you. Jiang Xing paused. But now, it seems that he treats you well. Ah Ruan, you are so good, how could there be anyone in this world who does not like you? Xiao Xiao's foresight is not bad, and now that you treat him, it is no longer the relationship of an ally that you previously spoke of. Was she actually so obvious? Jiang Ruan's heart skipped a beat, and then she laughed. Does eldest brother not like me like this? No, I am very happy. Jiang Xing smiled slightly. If there is someone in this world who makes you happy, no matter who it is, I will be happy for you. Jiang Xing reached out and patted her head. As long as he treats you well, that is enough. The brother and sister talked for a while. Jiang Xing did not dare to speak with Jiang Ruan for too long, for fear of disturbing her rest. Not long after, he got up and left. Before he left, he carefully reminded Lian Qiao and the others that he would visit her in the Wang Fu the next day. After Jiang Xing left, Jiang Ruan rested for a while. The sky gradually turned dark. After drinking her medicine, Jiang Ruan looked at the account book in her room. She did not have time to look at the account book when she went to Jia Nan Shanfu. Since there was nothing else to do, Jiang Ruan flipped through it. Bai Ji came over and advised, "It is getting late, Miss should go to bed early and rest. It is not too late to look at the account book later." Yes, Du Zhu winked mischievously. Son-in-law is still waiting in the bedroom, Miss has been in the study. Be careful not to catch a cold, or else, son-in-law will find trouble with us. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that after Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao returned, there seemed to be some changes between them. The servants were all happy to see that the relationship between the two had improved. Du Zhu even tried to think of ways to make the two of them into a pile. Lian Qiao flicked Du Zhu's forehead. "Little wench, how can you casually make fun of Miss's words? It seems that Miss has treated you too well, so you are becoming more and more lawless." She looked at Jiang Ruan with a grin. "But what you said is also pertinent. Miss's body cannot withstand any more torment. It is better for you to rest early, lest son-in-law's heart aches." Jiang Ruan looked at her group of servant girls fooling around and suddenly remembered the scene in her dream when she was poisoned. In her previous life, she had not met these servant girls. She suddenly let out a long sigh. "How many years have you all been following me?" Lian Qiao and the others were stunned. No one had expected that Jiang Ruan would suddenly say such a thing. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji looked at each other and said, "Bai Ji and we have been following Miss since we were young. It has been about 16 years. Du Zhu blinked. "Servant has been following Miss since we were in the rural residence. It has been about 6 years. Subordinate has been following young Furen for 2 years, Tian Zhu said softly. "So it has been so many years," Jiang Ruan said softly. "Miss." Bai Ji said worriedly. Jiang Ruan waved her hand and said with a smile, "I'm just feeling a little sentimental. You all have been following me for so many years, but it seems that your lives have not been very good. On the surface, it looks bright, but in reality, there are dangers everywhere. Speaking of which, it is my fault as your master." Her words were inexplicable, so Dewdrop hurriedly said, "Miss, please don't say that. It's our good fortune to be able to follow such a considerate person like Mississippi Miss treats us very well, and we've never felt guilty." Lian Qiao and the others also hurriedly said. Jiang Ruan smiled. "It's nothing, I will rest first. You all should also sleep early, you still have to enter the palace early tomorrow morning." As she said this, she stood up. Tianzhu hurriedly draped a coat over her, and Jiang Ruan left the study and entered the bedchamber. The sky had already darkened, and Jining Wang's fu had sunk into silence. There was no sound in the night, and it seemed to be very peaceful. In the middle of the night, light snow began to fall. The ground was wet and cold, and if one were to step on it carelessly, it would be slippery. In such a dark night, an inconspicuous figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, as if it had woken up in the middle of the night to go to the latrine. However, when it passed by the outermost wall, it seemed as if it had inadvertently squatted down and brushed at a certain spot at the base of the wall. At this moment, the eyes suddenly brightened. In the pitch-black night, several torches suddenly appeared, shining brightly on that person. That person was startled, and hurriedly squatted down to cover his face with his hands. He lowered his head, refusing to let others see his face. A voice sounded extremely clear in the night, "Young madam, he's caught. There's really a thief." Another person said, "Hey, lift up your face." "Who is this person?" That person's body trembled, and he buried his head even lower. It turned out to be a turtle in a jar. Behind the group of imperial bodyguards, Jiang Ruan slowly walked out from the back. She held a torch in her hand, and the light from the fire illuminated her face, making it appear cold and beautiful. However, there was a faint sorrow in her eyes, as well as a trace of imperceptible disappointment. Chapter 195. Jiang Ruan walked to the person's side and stopped. The secret guards looked at each other. Jiang Ruan looked down at the top of the person's head and finally said, "Baiji, you don't dare to look up at me?" The hidden guards at the side were all startled. The name Baiji was not unfamiliar to the servants of Jining Wang Fu. She was the maidservant who had accompanied the young madam in her dowry. Of Jiang Ruan's 4 maidservants, apart from Tianzhu, who was originally Xiao Xiao's people, the other 3 were all favored by Jining Wang Fu. Baiji was usually the calmest and quietest among the maids. She was also beautiful and pleasant, so the guards often sent gifts to her. Baiji was deeply trusted by Jiang Ruan and was also an old person who had accompanied Jiang Ruan since childhood. Today's capture of the mole was arranged by Jiang Ruan. Hearing Baiji's name, the secret guards were all shocked. The person on the ground did not react for a long time. Jiang Ruan was not anxious, but stood calmly at the side and waited. After a long while, the person on the ground finally tidied up her clothes and slowly stood up, revealing a familiar face. Baiji's expression was as gentle and calm as usual, as if she had just completed a task that Jiang Ruan had instructed her to do. There was not even a trace of panic on her face when she was caught. She just looked at Jiang Ruan and said, "Miss is smart, you still caught this servant." This. When the surrounding secret guards saw that it was really Baiji, they were somewhat puzzled. They stared at Baiji as if she was unfamiliar with her, in case she did something harmful to Jiang Ruan. At this moment, Lian Xiao and the others who had rushed over after hearing the news also caught up from behind. Seeing Baiji surrounded by secret guards, they could not help but be shocked. Lu Zhu was someone who could not keep her cool, and immediately said, "Baiji Jie, how can it be you?" Lian Xiao and Baiji grew up together, and the 2 of them had a deep friendship. Seeing this scene, Lian Xiao was shocked, and the first thought that came to her mind was that Baiji had been wrongly accused. She anxiously said, "What is going on? Baiji, could it be that there is some misunderstanding? Miss is here, I will definitely clear your name. Quickly tell me." She was very anxious and wanted to help Baiji clear her name. This was because, in Lian Xiao's opinion, Baiji really had no reason to frame Jiang Ruan, and it was even more impossible for her to be a mole, as the informant had said. However, Baiji didn't clarify as she hoped. She just smiled and said, "It's not a misunderstanding. I am the mole around Mississippi. Miss has always been observant, and this time you didn't catch the wrong person. She glanced at Lien Qiao and said softly, I'm sorry, I lied to you. How is this possible? Lien Qiao couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed forward to grab Baiji's sleeve. Her expression was a little agitated, and she didn't care that there were so many people present. Like a bamboo tube spilling beans, she said, you and I have served Miss since we were young. Everyone can clearly see how we treat Mississippi. At that time in the manor, you also wholeheartedly helped Mississippi. After all these years, I have the right to say what kind of person you are. Baiji, do you have any difficulties? We have been friends for many years, and I regard you as one of us. If you tell me, I will definitely help you. Did something happen to you? Baiji was slightly stunned, but she used more force to pull Lien Qiao's hand from her sleeve and said, I have nothing to say, and I don't have any difficulties. You don't trust me, but do you not trust Miss? When has she ever caught the wrong person? Lien Qiao was shocked by the determination in Baiji's eyes and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Looking at the woman in front of her again, she only felt that she was a complete stranger. She was completely different from the friend who had been by her side in the past. She looked at Jiang Ruan in confusion, but Jiang Ruan's expression didn't change. She only said to the surrounding secret guards, all of you can leave, just leave a few people to guard outside the courtyard. Young Furen, a secret guard said worriedly, young Furen's safety is important. She's just a defenseless woman, why worry? Tianzhu being here is enough, Jiang Ruan said lightly. The surrounding secret guards saw her firm attitude and knew that Jiang Ruan wasn't someone who could be easily swayed, so they could only retreat outside the courtyard. Only Lien Qiao, Tianzhu, Jiang Ruan, and Baiji were left in the courtyard. Miss has always treated you well, why did you do this? Lu Zhu was the first to lose her composure. She had a temperament that made a clear distinction between love and hate, and she had always cherished Jiang Ruan as a family member from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly discovering that Baiji was the one who had secretly plotted to harm Jiang Ruan, the anger in her heart could be imagined. Previously, she still had some doubts that Baiji had been wrongly accused. But now, seeing Baiji's attitude and Jiang Ruan's certainty, Lu Zhu also saw some clues. She was filled with righteous indignation towards Baiji. However, Baiji didn't answer Lu Zhu's words. She only looked at Jiang Ruan and said, Miss set up this trap today just to catch me? Miss already knew that I was the one who drew the poison. Yes. Jiang Ruan said lightly, previously, when I said that I had found the mastermind and wanted to enter the palace to set up a trap, I deliberately said it for you to hear. I knew that you would think of a way to spread the news, so I specially ordered people to wait in the Fu to catch the ghost. Miss has always been smart, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Baiji smiled. Her expression was actually very calm. When did Miss discover that this servant was the spy? A strange emotion flashed through Jiang Ruan's beautiful eyes. Her red lips slightly hooked, but her smile was somewhat cold. Baiji, if I could, the person I least want to suspect is you. She said lightly, seemingly without any emotion, you are the maidservant that my mother gave me, and you have always been by my side. You have accompanied me for too long. I have always believed that the person who can accompany me to the end will never betray me. If there are few people in this world that I trust, Baiji, you can be considered one of them. Baiji was stunned, as if she hadn't expected Jiang Ruan to say such words. Her lips moved, but in the end, she still remained silent. My meals in the Fu have all passed through Steward Lin's hands. The Fu is very strict with these matters, so I don't doubt that there is any mistake. If there is a place where the poison was introduced, it must have been outside. I thought that it was in the palace, or that Jiang Dan had done something, until later I remembered that on the day I married Xiao Xiao, when we were waiting in the bridal chamber, Lu Zhu was afraid that I would be hungry, so she gave me pastries, and you gave me a cup of tea. Lu Zhu also seemed to recall, yes, because I was afraid that Miss would eat the pastries and choke, Sister Baiji gave you a cup of tea. Could it be that there is a problem with the tea? But just based on a cup of tea, how can Miss conclude that this servant did it? Bai Ji smiled. A cup of tea indeed cannot prove anything, perhaps it was thrown in by someone else. But you know that I am not used to eating things that are too sweet. The pastries that day were already very sweet, but you still brought me honey lotus leaf water to drink. This may not seem like anything, but for you, Bai Ji, you have followed me for more than 10 years, and no one knows my eating habits better than you. You are my first-class maidservant, and you have always done things properly, so you would not make such a mistake. The reason why you did this was because you were flustered, and did not notice these things. Pastries that are too sweet and tea that is too sweet, Bai Ji, in your normal state, you would not do this. Lien Qiao paused and looked up at Bai Ji. She and Bai Ji had served Jiang Ruan together for so many years, so naturally, she knew that what Jiang Ruan said was right. Bai Ji had always been meticulous about Jiang Ruan's daily life, and with her cautious temperament, she would not make such a mistake. After a while, Bai Ji laughed lightly. Miss is indeed very meticulous, but I did not expect that such a small detail would betray this servant. This servant is sincerely convinced. No, it is not just this. Jiang Ruan looked at the burning torch, the bright light illuminating everything until there was no place to hide. And her face carried a kind of austere beauty. She said, also, when I came back, Lien Qiao and the others surrounded me. They were happy that I was detoxified, but only you were sad. Bai Ji was puzzled. This servant was sad because I was worried about Miss. What is wrong with that? Yes, you should be worried about me. As a personal servant, it is understandable to worry about the master's injury. But a normal person would first rejoice that someone else did not die. Bai Ji, from the moment you saw me, you didn't look happy at all. This is unusual. It's as if you don't feel happy because I'm better. Instead, you're worried and sad. What are you sad about? Is it because you failed? She asked. Bai Ji paused and looked at Jiang Ruan in a trance, so I also gave myself away here. Not only that, when I returned to the Fu, I saw that the house was in a mess, as if no one had tidied it up. You said that it was because everyone was worried about my injury, so no one was in the mood to clean it up. Jiang Ruan shook her head. This sentence is suitable for Lien Qiao and Lu Zhu, because they are impatient and cannot hide things in their hearts. Once something happened to me, they would not have any other thoughts. But you are different, Bai Ji. You have been with me for so many years, and your temperament is the calmest. Even when I fell into the water at Zhonglan's manor and did not wake up, you would still do all the trivial things in an orderly manner. Because you are a very assertive person, you will not change because of external changes. Will you not be in the mood to do things because of my injury? No, you are just worried because there is something in your heart, and you cannot calm down. Finally, she suspected Bai Ji, and perhaps there was also the warning about the dream of the previous life. In the previous life, Lien Qiao died under Jiang Quan's hand, but Bai Ji stayed behind to accompany her into the palace. At first, she thought that Bai Ji had a soft temperament, and Xia Yan's heart had softened. Now, it seemed that no matter what kind of person Bai Ji was, with Xia Yan's cautious temperament, how could she have allowed her to bring her trusted aide into the palace? Bai Ji looked at Jiang Ruan and suddenly took a step forward. Tianzhu vigilantly blocked in front of Jiang Ruan. Tianzhu was the latest to arrive, and did not have the deep feelings for Bai Ji like Lien Qiao. Now, Bai Ji's identity as a spy was confirmed. The brocade uniform guards hated people who betrayed their masters the most. In the eyes of India, Bai Ji was just an enemy. Once Tianzhu made her move, Bai Ji stopped in her tracks. She looked at Jiang Ruan and pondered for a while before smiling bitterly. Everything that Miss has said is correct. After following Miss for so many years, Miss knows this servant like the back of your hand. What's more, Miss is a person who easily guesses people's hearts. This little bit of skill of this servant, in front of Miss, is not something that can be put on the table. It will only be a source of ridicule. No, Jiang Ruan said indifferently, it is not because I understand you that I know your abnormality, and it is not because I am good at guessing people's hearts that I know that you are a spy. The only reason I can understand your identity is because you deliberately revealed it to me. She crossed Tianzhu and slowly walked in front of Baiji. She looked at Baiji calmly and spat out the truth, these clues were deliberately revealed to me by you. You no longer want to hide your identity. You hoped that I would find out that rather than saying that I arranged this ghost hunt, it would be more accurate to say that you borrowed my hands to arrange it. Baiji was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, Miss really knows how to joke. I am not an idiot, why would I take the initiative to hand over my weakness to someone else so that they could catch me? Why would I do this? Yes, Jiang Ruan sighed and stared intently at her eyes, I also want to know, why would you do this? That pair of upturned charming eyes had a sharp gaze, as if it wanted to strip away all pretense, and all the thoughts in one's heart seemed to have no place to hide in front of that pair of bright eyes. Baiji felt somewhat restless. She gritted her teeth and persistently looked at Jiang Ruan. Didn't you choose this method to tell me the truth? Jiang Ruan's voice was gentle and seemed to contain a kind of temptation and bewitchment, causing people to involuntarily speak out their inner thoughts. Baiji, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. This is not only an explanation for me, but also for yourself. You should at least give me an explanation for being betrayed by a maidservant who has been by your side for more than 10 years. Otherwise, I will also think that I am such a master who can't keep people. Both Dezhu and Lian Qiao looked at Baiji. As sisters who had been together day and night, in one night, she had become their enemy. This was really an unacceptable fact. Lian Qiao said, Baiji, you should at least tell us the reason. Under such intense gazes, Baiji finally lowered her head. When she raised her eyes again, her gaze was already very calm, as if she had made an important decision. She said, Mrs. Guess is right, it is not that Miss can't keep people. The reason why Baiji was the one who induced the poison was because Baiji was originally De Furan's person. How could that be? Dezhu said in surprise, De Furan is already dead, how could she let you poison Miss? At that time, Lian Qiao and I were chosen by the former madam to be given to Miss, but we are different. Lian Qiao's background is clean, she is the daughter of the minister's household. Nubi's family lives in a manor under the minister's mansion. Nubi's older brother works under De Furan's steward. De Furan wants Nubi to come and take care of Miss, but she holds Nubi's family's contract in her hands. Lian Qiao did not expect that there would be such a thing. She had always thought that Baiji was like her, personally chosen by Zhao Mei to serve Jiang Ruan, so naturally, her background was also clean. Who knew that Baiji's purpose of being sent here was not so simple? Although De Furan wanted me to follow Miss, she did not ask me to do anything. She only occasionally asked about Miss's situation. I did not dare to stop her. Later on, Miss went to the manor, and my family was fortunate enough to be freed from their slave status. I have always been by Miss's side. Because there is no longer any threat, I want to serve Miss wholeheartedly, as compensation for the past few years. She paused and laughed, in the past, Miss's temperament was soft and gentle, and you were often bullied. Later on, at Zhuangzi Mountain, for some reason, your temperament changed. I am truly happy for Mississippi. Later on, De Furan also died, and I thought that the past would be the past forever, as long as I continue living like this with Mississippi. Who knew that a few days ago, someone took my mother's keepsake and gave it to me? Someone found my family and wanted me to poison Miss, otherwise, my family's lives would be in danger. So in order to protect your family, you used poison on Miss? Lian Qiao asked in surprise. Perhaps this was pardonable, but as a servant, she could never betray her master. Therefore, Lian Qiao did not approve of Baiji's actions. She immediately said, even so, when you did this, did you think of Miss? Let's not talk about the past for now. Even now, you can tell Miss about this. Miss is so smart, she will definitely think of a way to solve this problem for you. You don't understand. Baiji shouted, Lian Qiao, your family is innocent, and can be a loyal servant in front of master. But I am De Furen's person. If this matter is implicated, even if I did not do anything to Miss, the past will be dug up, and Miss will not see me in the future. Once this matter is brought up, I can never go back to the past. Moreover, no matter how resourceful Miss is, I would never dare to play around with the lives of my family. I still have my elder brother and younger brother, I cannot put them in danger because of me. You are so stubborn. Lian Qiao said angrily. You can scold me or blame me, I don't care. Baiji smiled bitterly, after all, I have committed such a heinous crime. No matter how Miss punishes me, I will have no regrets. Then who was the person who made you poison Miss? Lu Zhu asked anxiously. I don't know. Baiji shook her head, he sent a message to me by tying a dart to a slip of paper. I don't know who that person is, and with the wall separating us, I don't know what he looks like. I only have one question for you, Jiang Ruan said indifferently, more than 10 years ago, when Jiang Dan poisoned my mother, did you know? Lu Zhu and Lian Qiao were shocked. They did not know that Jiang Dan had poisoned her. Originally, they did not know who the person behind the Xia Fu was, but it turned out to be Jiang Dan. Baiji was silent for a moment before she nodded. Jiang Ruan looked at her coldly. Previously, her attitude towards Baiji had always been gentle, and she did not show any anger at being betrayed. But now, her indifference made people feel cold. She said, you have been with me for so many years, and as you said, you have not done anything to harm me. In the most difficult times, it was you and Lian Qiao who were by my side. Although I did not say it, as long as I am safe in this world, I will use all my power to protect you. Baiji, I will not pursue the matter of you luring poison to me. You did these things for your family. If it were me, I might not have done better than you. But you watched helplessly as my mother was harmed by Jiang Dan's poison. You could have taken the initiative to warn me like you did today. You did not say anything. Although everyone has their own master, and this is pardonable, I will never be able to forgive you for this. Baiji was shocked and suddenly raised her head to look at Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan's temperament had always been cold. On the surface, she did not seem to care much about anything, so she had always been very tolerant towards the mistakes of her servants. But only those who were close to her knew that she could be very crazy and stubborn about certain things. Previously, Baiji was certain that Jiang Ruan would be disappointed in her because of this matter, but she would not really vent her anger on her. But now, Jiang Ruan's words had clearly expressed that she and Mo Tiange were in opposing camps. I have nothing to say about you luring poison to me. I cannot forgive you for watching my mother stand by and do nothing. Baiji, the relationship between you and me is that of a master and servant. In this world, we no longer have any connection. Jiang Ruan's words were powerful and unquestionable. Lian Qiao, Lu Zhu, and Tian Zhu stood silently at the side, no one spoke. Baiji was dumbstruck. Small snowflakes fell on her body, and the fire burned silently in the snow. She felt very lonely, as if everything in the world had abandoned her. After a moment, she suddenly laughed softly. Then, her laughter became louder and louder, almost to the point of tears. She said, I did not complete that person's task. In the end, he will not forgive me. He is afraid that I will bite him again. In the end, there is only one way. Before her voice died away, she suddenly slammed her head against the stone wall. She was originally very close to the stone wall, and Tian Zhu, who was the best at martial arts, was by Jiang Ruan's side to protect her. There was simply no time to save her. This time, Baiji used all her strength. It was obvious that she was wholeheartedly seeking death. There was only a muffled sound, and Lian Qiao cried out in alarm. Baiji fell limply, and the blood on her forehead was a ghastly sight. She breathed in big mouthfuls, and blood flowed continuously from her mouth, drenching the snow beneath her into a captivating red. She panted, and her voice was like a broken bellows. With great difficulty, one could make out an unspoken sentence, "Sorry." The snow once again fell into silence. There was no sound at all. Large pieces of snow fell, almost drowning the bloodstains on the ground. Jiang Ruan's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. She said, "Bury him." She turned and walked out of the courtyard, her long crimson skirt blending with the blood on the ground. Her expression was ice-cold, and her back was perfectly straight. She walked coldly and resolutely, never turning back to look at the figure on the ground again. However, she walked faster and faster, almost as if she was jogging in the snow. Finally, after rushing out of the courtyard, she stopped abruptly. With one hand supporting herself against the vermilion pillar, she only felt that her whole body was unusually cold. She tightly pursed her lips. The corners of her mouth were stiff, but the rims of her eyes were slightly red. A cold and cheerless figure walked out from behind her and stood behind her. He slowly pulled her shoulders and embraced her in his arms. The young man's features were handsome, and his slender figure seemed to contain an infinite power that made people feel at ease. In this cold winter day, there was a trace of warmth. "Xiao Xiao, I am very sad." Jiang Ruan's voice had a weariness that was not usually present. She reached out and hugged the young man's thin waist, and buried her head in his shoulder. "Don't betray me." Chapter 196. Xiao Xiao looked down at the woman in his arms. Although he had not entered the courtyard, he was very clear about what had happened. He knew that Jiang Ruan usually did not care about anything, but in reality, she was just not used to showing it. These servant girls had grown up with her, and people always put 120% of their trust in companions who supported and befriended them. But in the end, she found out that it was just a lie in the name of loyalty. She was someone who could not bear to have sand in her eyes, so one could imagine the sadness in her heart. He patted Jiang Ruan's back and did not speak. In such a generous and warm embrace, Jiang Ruan's mood gradually calmed down. In fact, she was most unwilling to suspect Bai Ji. In this life, only Bai Ji had accompanied her to the end in her previous life. Now, it seemed that Bai Ji had been Xia Yan's person from the beginning. Although Xia Yan had not made her do anything to harm her, their positions had been hostile from the beginning. In the end, she had handed Pei over to Bai Ji, hoping that Bai Ji could take Pei and escape. But in the end, Pei had still fallen into Li Dong's hands. Perhaps Bai Ji had simply handed Pei over to Jiang Su, or perhaps she really had not managed to escape. But as for what the situation was, only Bai Ji from the previous life could answer. But this matter was like a thorn stuck in her throat. Whenever she thought of this, she would suspect that in the end, it was Bai Ji who had personally sent Pei to a dead end. She had always been a stubborn person. Once she had this suspicion, she would never be able to let go of Bai Ji. In this world, there were so many coincidences, who could know? She gently broke free from Xiao Xiao's embrace, feeling that she had lost her composure just now. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao thought about it and said, "Tomorrow, go to the palace and take a look at Xian Pei." Jiang Ruan was startled. For a moment, she almost thought that Xiao Xiao already knew the cause and effect of the matter. She probed, "Why? He seems to have something to say to you." Xiao Xiao pursed his lips. "You have not been to the palace for a long time." Admittedly, his words were meant to divert Jiang Ruan's attention and lighten her mood, but Jiang Ruan was still shocked. What could Xian Pei have to say to her? In this life, the two of them had almost no connection. However, what Xiao Xiao meant was that Xian Pei had taken the initiative to look for him. The conjecture that had surfaced in her heart at that time once again appeared in her mind. Jiang Ruan tried to restrain herself from thinking about it, but she could not help but think in that direction. Don't worry. Xiao Xiao seemed to have noticed her uneasiness and comforted her, you'll know what's going on when you get there. I'll protect you. Every time, he would straightforwardly express his standpoint of standing by her side. Jiang Ruan raised her eyes to look at him. The youth's features were cold and elegant, but the words he spoke had the power to convince people. It was as if as long as it came out of his mouth, he would definitely be able to accomplish it. She smiled faintly, temporarily suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, and only said to Xiao Xiao, all right. It snowed for an entire night. When they woke up the next day, the fresh snow covered the bloodstains on the ground. The soul-stirring scene from last night had disappeared. Everything was calm as if nothing had happened. Not far from the prince's mansion, there was a newly built grave that seemed to have been built overnight. It was not extravagant, but it was not crude either. It was very meticulous. There was a stone tablet without a single word on it, and it was unknown who had erected it. 2 young women squatted in front of the grave. In front of them was an iron basin filled with burning paper money. A few sticks of incense stood in the censer. As Lian Xiao burned the money, she choked with sobs and said, Bai Ji, in this life, we can be considered sisters. Reincarnate into a good body, and don't be a servant in your next life. As you said, even being a peasant girl is good. After all, fate is always in our own hands. Although Lu Zhu was angry that Bai Ji had drawn the poison to Jiang Ruan, the tragic situation last night made her sigh in her heart. She was a soft-hearted person. In addition, ever since she had followed Jiang Ruan, she and Bai Ji had been together for so many years. Bai Ji's temperament was gentle, and she often took care of her like a big sister. Thinking of this, the rims of Lu Zhu's eyes became somewhat red. Her voice was somewhat stifled, Bai Ji Jijia, if there is a next life, when we meet again, I hope to have the honor of being sisters with you again. Both of them were somewhat sorrowful, and after much difficulty, they finished burning the paper money in the silver basin. Both of them, who had always been lively, were somewhat solemn. Jiang Ruan did not come to offer her condolences. They were master and servant, but now, they did not know how they should meet each other. This was really ridiculous. Returning to the Wang Fu, Jin Er saw Lu Zhu's dejected expression. For the first time, he did not deliberately tease her. Instead, he stood behind her for a while before reaching out his hand to hand her a handkerchief. Hey, you look so ugly when you cry. However, Lu Zhu was not in the mood to bicker with him. She hung her head and did not take the handkerchief. Seeing this, Jin Er, who was a veteran of playing with women, was at a loss. After a long while, he hesitantly moved over, tightly gripping the handkerchief as he stood in front of Lu Zhu. She raised her head to look at him in astonishment. Jin Er held the handkerchief and wiped the tears off her face. He said rather unnaturally, how can there be someone crying in the Wang Fu? It's really an eyesore. Lu Zhu stood there differently, as if she was enduring something. Jin Er's hand could not help but stiffen. He looked at her worriedly, and for the first time, he could not help but soften his voice, what's wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhu finally could not bear it any longer. She grabbed onto his lapel, buried her face in it, and burst into tears. Jin Er's body was somewhat stiff, and he looked at Lu Zhu, who was clutching onto his clothes, not knowing what to do. In the Wang Fu, Lu Zhu had always been a girl who loved to laugh. Her laughter was also very infectious, as if no matter how big the matter was, it was no big deal to her. This was the first time he had seen her so sad. Jin Er only felt that her crying made his heart ache. Finally, he plucked up the courage to reach out and pull her into his embrace, comforting her in a low voice. In the end, Jiang Ruan did not know about Lu Zhu and Jin Er's situation. After Lian Xiao returned to the Fu, she brought Lian Xiao and Tian Zhu into the palace. Ever since she had been poisoned, she had never entered the palace again. Even Empress Dowager Ida could not justify it, so today, she took this opportunity to enter the palace. Jiang Ruan first went to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful to see Empress Dowager Ida. Empress Dowager Ida felt that it was a little strange that she had not seen Jiang Ruan for a long time. Jiang Ruan only said that she had caught a cold and had recuperated in the Wang Fu for more than 10 days. Only then did Empress Dowager Ida feel at ease. She pulled Jiang Ruan aside and asked her for a while whether she got along well with Xiao Xiao and his wife. Jiang Ruan answered all of them. Empress Dowager Ida was very satisfied with the peaceful relationship between her and Xiao Xiao. She was probably also happy with the golden jade marriage that she had created, so she asked Jiang Ruan to stay for lunch. However, since Jiang Ruan was now married and had become Jining Wangfei, she naturally did not have to stay in the Princess Palace Hall. When Empress Dowager Ida took her lunch break, Jiang Ruan bade farewell to Yang Gugu. However, she did not directly leave the palace, as she still remembered Xiao Xiao's words. She went straight to the Southern Yuan to see Xian Pei. In her previous life, Jiang Ruan had walked around the palace for a long time, so she knew where the Southern Yuan was. However, at that time, Xian Pei was not favored. Before she had raised him by her side, he had only lived in an extremely remote and gloomy courtyard. Now, Xian Pei's status in the palace was very different, and he was deeply favored by the emperor. The emperor's favor might be a kind of poison, as he would place him in a position where everyone could see him, and countless cold arrows and hidden knives would be aimed at him. But at the same time, it was also a protective talisman that was more useful than anything else. As long as the emperor liked him, the power of any cold arrows aimed at him would be greatly reduced. The closer she got to the Southern Yuan, the more nervous she became. Since her rebirth, it was very rare for her to be so nervous. Tian Zhu and Lian Qiao, who were following beside her, noticed Jiang Ruan's abnormality. Tian Zhu stopped and said, "Young madam, is there something wrong?" Jiang Ruan suddenly returned to her senses and shook her head, "It's nothing." She forced herself to calm down. Everything that was happening now was just her imagination running wild. No one could say for sure what the truth was. When she arrived at the entrance of the Southern Yuan, the young eunuch who was guarding the door saw her from afar and immediately bowed, "This servant greets Wangfei." Jiang Ruan was slightly startled. In the palace, most of the time, the servants called her Hong and Junju. Now that she had suddenly heard them call her Wangfei, the deeper meaning behind it was unknown. Just like when a princess married, she still addressed herself as a princess in the palace, but recently, people in the palace called her Wangfei. This indirectly revealed a meaning. The title of Wangfei of Jining Wang Fu was more honorable than that of Hong and Junju. It also further illustrated Xiao Xiao's position in the palace. A delicate and pretty palace maid walked out. After seeing Jiang Ruan, she first looked at Tian Zhu, then smiled and said, "This servant is Mingyu, who serves by His Highness's side. His Highness has asked this servant to escort Wangfei in. Wangfei, please follow this servant." Jiang Ruan naturally saw the look that Mingyu gave Tian Zhu. At first, she was somewhat puzzled, but then she understood. Then, she felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Why would Xiao Xiao send his secret guard to Xian Pei's side? However, since it was Xiao Xiao's person, she was completely at ease. She then followed Mingyu into the Southern Yuan. Passing through the front hall, she saw the magnificent furnishings inside. She also knew that Xian Pei had won the emperor's favor, and his days were very comfortable. She was slightly relieved. Mingyu stopped in front of the study and said with a smile, "His Highness is waiting for Wangfei in the study." After saying this, she took a step back and indicated for Jiang Ruan to enter alone. Lian Qiao was still a little nervous, fearing that Jiang Ruan would fall into someone else's trap, so she wanted to follow. Unexpectedly, Tian Zhu grabbed her arm and shook her head at her. Tian Zhu came from the brocade guards, and her skills were excellent. Lien Qiao naturally believed in Tianzhu. Although she did not understand, she had no intention of following in. Jiang Ruan herself did not comment. She trusted Xiao Xiao's people. Moreover, in her heart, Xian Pei would always be that beautiful and delicate child from her previous life. No matter how he changed, in front of her, he would always be a childlike existence. She would not worry that Xian Pei would want to harm her, that was a mother's instinct. Therefore, Jiang Ruan only paused slightly, then pushed the door open and walked in without looking back. The light in the study was very dim, and the curtains had already been drawn. Thus, it was somewhat blurry. Jiang Ruan turned around and closed the door, then walked towards the desk. In front of the desk, a small person was sitting on a spacious chair. That person was holding a brush and seemed to be writing something. He had a serious appearance, but because he was too small, he looked a little comical. It submerged the usual sense of alienation and estrangement. Jiang Ruan slowly walked towards him. The child's head was lowered as he wrote earnestly. His posture as he held the pen was inexplicably familiar. With his head lowered, she could see his delicate nose and rosy lips. His skin was like that of a delicate jade carving doll. Jiang Ruan looked at him silently. In the dim light, she could finally see the words on the paper clearly. It was actually 4 words. 2 names. One was Jiang Ruan, and the other was Xian Pei. Jiang Ruan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her whole body was rooted to the ground. It was as if someone had torn out a picture scroll from her brain and suddenly revealed it in front of her. It was in a simple and crude palace. He was wearing clothes that did not fit him, but he had an exceptionally delicate appearance. The child clumsily held the brush and asked, "Imperial Mother, look, Pei has learned to write his and Imperial Mother's names." The child's smile was joyous, but the words he said made one's heart ache. He was a dignified prince of a country, yet he was neglected to this extent. Not even a teacher had been invited. Perhaps no one would pay attention to whether this unfavored prince was learned or not. However, as his imperial mother, Xian Pei's handwriting was taught by her. The first time she taught Xian Pei to write his and his own names, Xian Pei had said this. Now, that snow-white Xian paper still had the same 2 names, but the handwriting was exactly the same as in her previous life. Even every detail was exactly the same. The scene in front of her eyes and the scene in her memory suddenly overlapped. For a moment, Jiang Ruan could not tell which night was in front of her. Perhaps all of this was just a dream, and she was in reality, or was it a dream? Xian Pei put down the brush in his hand. As if he had heard her voice, he finally raised his head. Seeing that it was her, he smiled sweetly and said, "Imperial Mother, Pei has waited for you for a long time." Jiang Ruan's footsteps paused, and she abruptly took 2 steps back. Her eyes, which had always been calm and steady, were filled with absent-mindedness and confusion, as well as disbelief and shock. She murmured, "What did you say? Imperial Mother still intends to recognize me?" "I am Pei, Xian Pei said. Jiang Ruan's eyes widened, and she felt her mind go blank. She stared blankly at the elegant youth in front of her. He was clearly the same as the Pei from her previous life, but his smile was exquisite and contained a deep meaning. He was definitely not the innocent and kind child who didn't understand anything in her previous life. He was much smarter than the Pei from her previous life. Xian Pei laughed bitterly and raised his head to look at Jiang Ruan. He slowly retracted his smile and no longer looked at her with that innocent expression. He said, "Imperial Mother died under the rod, and after that, Pei also followed her to the Yellow Springs. I thought that my life would be over. Who would have thought that the heavens would give me another chance at life, and even more so, I never thought that I would be able to see Imperial Mother again in this life." He looked at Jiang Ruan and said, "To this day, Imperial Mother, are you still not willing to recognize me?" Every word that came out of his mouth was like a heavy hammer pounding on Jiang Ruan's heart. No one would know about these things, and he was not lying. Even the trace of disbelief that she had previously felt was now completely gone. Jiang Ruan didn't know whether she was happy or sad in her heart, but she felt a kind of pleasant surprise that she had regained what she had lost. She took a big step forward and reached out to touch Xian Pei's face, but her hand suddenly stopped in front of Xian Pei. For a moment, she felt somewhat timid, and for the first time, she said with some doubt, "You are really him?" Imperial Mother taught Pei to write his own name. Pei wrote Imperial Mother's and his name together, and from then on, we will never be separated again. Xian Pei smiled with tears in his eyes. Jiang Ruan was startled. At that time, she had taught Xian Pei to write his own name and his own. Indeed, Xian Pei had said so. Now, these words were still in her ears, and when they came out of Xian Pei's mouth, Jiang Ruan finally pulled Xian Pei into her embrace. "That's right, you are him, you are Pei. Why didn't I think that since I was alive at that time, you are also a possibility? Pei, it's all my fault. I didn't come to find you earlier. If only I could have recognized you earlier. You were alone in the palace, so you must have been very afraid." Her voice trembled with excitement. Even the people closest to her had never seen Jiang Ruan like this. She was a cold and hard stone, and Xian Pei was her only softness. In her previous life, Xian Pei had died, and in this life, her entire body was hard, and even the last trace of softness was gone. However, Xian Pei had regained what she had lost, and this evoked her true nature, the most gentle part of the Jiang Ruan who had died in her previous life. "I am not afraid." On the contrary, Xian Pei comforted her softly, "I am living very well in the palace. I know how to protect myself, and I also want to help Imperial Mother take revenge. I always thought that Imperial Mother was different from the Imperial Mother in my previous life. At that time, Imperial Mother helped me out in front of Princess He, so I thought that in this life, I only needed to protect Imperial Mother. Unexpectedly, when Imperial Mother was poisoned, I found out from Jining Wang that Imperial Mother was still the same Imperial Mother." Jiang Ruan stared blankly. How did Xiao Xiao know about this? She was somewhat uncertain. At that time, when she was unconscious, she had said some words, and Mr. Hakone Serpent had also mentioned this. Xiao Xiao was an intelligent person, so naturally, he could infer a little bit from it. However, he had actually told this to Xian Pei. Had he already guessed the relationship between her and Xian Pei? He didn't have a clear idea in his mind. Jiang Ruan slowly let go of his hand. She pulled Xian Pei to the hard mattress at the side and sat down. As if they had often done this in their previous life, she said, "Pei, at the end of your previous life, what happened to you? How were you caught at that time?" When Xian Pei heard this, he bit his lip. Even though his mind was no different from that of an adult now. But as soon as this matter was mentioned, those grey memories that had been sealed for a long time came back to him, and it still made him feel a little cold. He paused, then said, "At that time, Imperial Mother let Baiji Jejia take me to escape along the secret passage, but halfway through, someone rushed over and killed Baiji Jejia. I was caught, and later." Thinking of that humiliating memory, Xian Pei closed his eyes. "Later, Imperial Mother was killed by a random stick. I bit off that person's ear. He flew into a rage and killed me with a knife." Jiang Ruan suddenly pulled him into her embrace. "All right, don't say any more." She took a deep breath. "I didn't protect you well. This has nothing to do with Imperial Mother." Xian Pei gritted his teeth. All of this was just Xian Li's trick. If it weren't for him, Imperial Mother wouldn't have been wrongly accused and ended up like that. So, in this life, the only thing I want to do is to defeat Xian Pei and not let him sit firmly in that position. The youth's brows were firm and resolute, and when he mentioned Xian Pei, the coldness in his eyes was exactly the same as Jiang Ruan's. Jiang Yuan looked at him, and a trace of inexplicable melancholy suddenly flashed through her heart. She said, "Then tell me, what have you done in this life? How have you been all these years? I found that I had returned to many years ago, and I thought it was just a dream." Xian Pei slowly said, "Later, I discovered that it wasn't a dream, and I couldn't change the fact that my birth mother had already passed away. Coinciding with the years when Imperial Consort Chen was most favored, the princes who were slightly favored by Imperial Father all died inexplicably. Others don't know why, but I know that it was the doing of that mother and son pair." Xian Pei sneered, "Unfortunately, at that time, I was still too young, and my ability was too weak, so I didn't dare to confront them head-on. So, I pretended to be stupid and was willing to be an unfavored prince, just like in my previous life. At least, I could save my life." Jiang Yuan gently stroked his head. "Pei did very well, you are very smart. But this is really too slow," Xian Pei muttered. "I can't just save my life, I also have to avenge Imperial Mother and myself. Xian Pei has always placed his chips in the Imperial Court, but I don't want him to live too smoothly. These years, I have also secretly cultivated a portion of people. Some are in the Imperial Court, and some are outside the palace. Even if Xianli has planted people everywhere in the Imperial Court, at least in terms of shops, if I want to trip him up, it is as easy as turning my hand." Speaking up to this point, Xian Pei smiled craftily at Jiang Yuan. "If he wants to sit firmly on the throne, he needs a steady stream of silver. But the silver is all in my hands, so it won't be so smooth for him." Jiang Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder in her previous life, Xianli had always been like a fish in water, but in this life, he had been going downhill. He was even worse than a few years in her previous life. Admittedly, Jiang Yuan had played a part in this, but she did not expect that Xian Pei would also play a part in it. The enemy was in the light, while he was in the dark. No matter what, Xianli could not avoid the fate of falling. Jiang Yuan could not help but laugh. "When did you become so crafty? In my previous life, Imperial Mother protected me, but I could only watch helplessly as Imperial Mother died in front of me." A trace of coldness flashed through Xian Pei's eyes. "In this life, it is up to me to protect Imperial Mother. If someone comes looking for trouble with Imperial Mother, I will think of all ways to make them pay 100, 1,000, 10 times the price." Jiang Yuan's gaze fell on Xian Pei. The youth was not tall, and the childishness on his face did not seem to have faded. He was born beautiful and fragile, like a delicate doll. However, the unswerving determination between his brows could not be ignored, and when he spoke, his voice was powerful and resonant. He was still the original Xian Pei, but in the end, he was not the same Xian Pei. "Pei, you have grown up." Jiang Yuan smiled. "Imperial Mother, in my previous life and this life, I am also in my 20s. Xian Pei blinked. "Imperial Mother cannot look at me as if I were a child. Because I am not a child." He glanced at Jiang Yuan and suddenly smiled. "However, although Imperial Mother has lived for so long, your appearance is still as beautiful as in your previous life. I just don't know if Xiao Wangye will go mad with anger when he finds out that his wife is actually so much older than him." Chapter 197. He wanted to protect Jiang Yuan and not let her get hurt. First of all, they needed to stand in a supreme position and trample all those who despised them under their feet. Only with absolute power could they be absolutely safe. For Jiang Yuan, even if the road to becoming an emperor was filled with slaughter and blood, so what? Ming Yu did not speak anymore. She knew that Xian Pei would not say much to her even if she continued to ask, so she quietly retreated to the side. Jiang Yuan had just walked out of the southern courtyard when she heard an unfamiliar voice behind her, Hong and Junju. She turned around and saw a few eunuchs and palace maids surrounding a grey-clothed man. The man was wearing a long grey robe, and the hat almost covered the upper half of his face. Only a delicate lower jaw could be seen, and his voice was somewhat androgynous. At first glance, he gave off a beautiful yet strange feeling. "Your Excellency is." She smiled slightly. This person did not call her Jining Wangfei, but Hong and Junju. This was the first time in the imperial palace of the great Jin dynasty. "This humble one is Yuan Chuan," the grey-clothed man forced a smile. "I have come a long way from Tianjin to offer my loyalty to the emperor of the Jin dynasty." The eunuch at the side hurriedly explained, "Junju, this Yuan Chuan Darren is an envoy from Tianjin." Without batting an eyelid, Jiang Yuan sized up Yuan Chuan in front of her. She only felt that the other party's attire did not seem to be that of someone from Tianjin. His entire body exuded an indescribable feeling that made people feel somewhat uncomfortable. As for Yuan Chuan, his hat covered his eyes, making it impossible for others to see his expression. This made it even harder for others to guess what he was thinking. "So he is an envoy from Tianjin," Jiang Yuan smiled. "The Jin dynasty is vast and rich in resources. This envoy can travel around and broaden his horizons. The Jin dynasty has always welcomed guests." Her words were sarcastic. An envoy from a defeated country had only come to submit a letter of surrender. Why did he have to put on an air of righteousness? Moreover, his words did not leave any leeway for the fact that Tianjin was a small country and its people were short-sighted. The faces of the two eunuchs at the side turned slightly green. Even though he was the envoy of a defeated country, they still had to show him some respect. If word of this got out, no one would say that the royal family of the great Jin dynasty was abusing their power to bully others. But Hong and Junju was now Jining Wangfei, so naturally, they could not offend her. For a moment, the two little eunuchs felt uneasy in their hearts. They could only hope that Yuan Chuan had a soft temperament and would not care too much about this matter. As expected, Yuan Chuan had a soft temperament. Faced with Jiang Ruan's loaded words, he did not reveal the slightest trace of indignation. Instead, he smiled and said, "Just now, I saw the princess coming out of the southern courtyard." Yuan Chuan knew that the 13th prince was living in the southern courtyard. "I did not expect the princess and the 13th prince to have such a deep sibling relationship. Even though blood is not thicker than water, their relationship is still so deep." The faces of the two eunuchs instantly turned pale again. Just now, they had thought that Yuan Chuan was a soft-spoken person, but now that they looked at him again, they felt that this person was extremely detestable. These words were to say that Jiang Yuan and Xian Pei were merely putting on an act, and to the point of ruining Jiang Ruan's clean reputation. If it were not for the fact that Jiang Yuan was already married, if these words were to spread, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, as if she was completely unaware of the slander in Yuan Chuan's words. A strange light flashed across her beautiful face, but it disappeared in an instant. She smiled and said, 13th younger brother asked Ben Gong to search for a few unique copies outside the palace. Coincidentally, Ben Gong found them and sent them along with the things that the Empress Dowager wanted to give to 13th younger brother. I wonder if Yuan Chuan Darren has any objections. She had brought up Empress Dowager Ida, which meant that she had already prepared a backup plan. The words, Yuan Chuan Darren, were really full of sarcasm. What right did an envoy of Tianjin have to discipline the family affairs of the great Jin dynasty's imperial family? His hand had really stretched too far. Yuan Chuan paused and did not speak for a long time. However, the two eunuchs beside him had already revealed angry expressions. One's own country was definitely not for outsiders to meddle in, and an envoy dared to express his opinion on the imperial family's affairs. In a moment, Yuan Chuan had unexpectedly incurred the wrath of the masses. After a long while, Yuan Chuan then said, Junju is indeed a gentle and kind elder sister who dotes on her younger brother. He could not find out anything. Even if he had some suspicions, Empress Dowager Ida and the unique copies in her hands were irrefutable evidence. No one would be able to find out anything wrong. Jiang Ruan had always been attentive to Xian Pei's matters, especially now that Xian Pei was in the palace and countless eyes were on him. Jiang Ruan would never do anything that could be used against him. Even if it was an ordinary meeting, it would be cleaned up cleanly, and no one would be able to find out anything. Likewise. Jiang Ruan smiled. Yuan Chuan slowly lowered his head and said, "Since this is the case, Yuan Chuan will not disturb Juanju's departure." As he said this, he made a strange bow, which was most likely the etiquette of Tianjin. Jiang Ruan glanced at him and smiled, "Envoy, take care." During the day, because of Xian Pei's matter, Jiang Ruan once again sorted out the matter. Reuniting with Xian Pei was really a pleasant surprise, and even her sad mood because of Baiji's death became a little more cheerful. Lian Xiao faintly knew that this had something to do with Xian Pei, but she did not know the reason. After Jiang Ruan's mood became cheerful, she even looked through many of the account books that had piled up in the past few days. She stayed in the study until late at night, when Lian Xiao came in and said, "Miss, it's time to rest." Jiang Ruan put down the book in her hands, rubbed her eyes, got up, washed up, and returned to her bedroom. Xiao Xiao had already returned to the room. At this moment, he had taken off his outer clothes, and only wore a jade-colored inner garment. He reclined on the bed and was flipping through a book. As soon as Jiang Ruan walked in, her footsteps stiffened. Previously, she had shared a bed with Xiao Xiao only because of the first night of their wedding. Later, she had been poisoned, and after returning to the Fu, because of Baiji's matter, her mind was completely not on it. Now that the matter had come to an end, it was all piled up in front of her again. Being alone with Xiao Xiao like this, especially in the name of husband and wife, was really a little awkward. Looking at a beauty under the light, a beauty like jade. When Xiao Xiao was dressed in black, he was always austere and cold. However, whenever he took off his black clothes and changed into light-colored clothes, that bit of coldness became a kind of elegant and reserved nobility, and the austere also became a warm and gorgeous beauty. Her jet-black hair hung down to her shoulders, and the side of her face was beautiful beyond compare. It was as if she was a piece of beautiful jade, sparkling with light. Sensing Jiang Ruan's movements, Xiao Xiao raised his eyes and glanced at her. Jiang Ruan nonchalantly walked to the side of the bed and sat down. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled. He put the book in his hands on the table and looked at her, puzzled. Jiang Ruan coughed softly, and immediately felt a little annoyed. Why did this look like she was not satisfied? Quickly discarding this absurd thought in her mind, she pretended to be very calm and skillfully lifted the quilt, lay down, and covered herself with the quilt again. When she turned her head, she met Xiao Xiao's thoughtful gaze. Jiang Ruan's face suddenly became somewhat feverish. She thought of what Xian Pei had said during the day about how much older she was than Xiao Xiao, and she was stunned. Feeling that the atmosphere was really a little strange, she looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "Today, I met Tianjin's envoy, Yuan Chuan, in the palace." Xiao Xiao absent-mindedly said, "N. He's not from Tianjin." Jiang Ruan frowned, and without waiting for Xiao Xiao to ask, she said, "I deliberately belittled and damaged Tianjin in front of him, but he actually did not have the slightest reaction. No matter how bad a person was in the world, he would not tolerate others bullying his own family. Especially for an envoy, who represented the face of a country, he would absolutely not allow him to so easily humiliate his own country. If Yuan Chuan was really as soft and amiable as he appeared on the surface, the emperor of Tianjin would not have sent such a person to slap her face. You say that he's not from Tianjin, could he be another spy? What purpose does he have in coming to the palace? I keep feeling that he seems to want to do something to pay. 13th younger brother. Jiang Ruan was still speaking when she suddenly realized that Xiao Xiao did not have any reaction. She could not help but angrily say, "Are you listening?" Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her body become heavy. Unexpectedly, she had been thrown onto the bed. Xiao Xiao propped himself up with one hand and looked down at her condescendingly. His eyes were filled with indistinct emotions. Jiang Ruan's entire body tensed up, and for a moment, she was somewhat dazed and did not know what to do. Xiao Xiao slowly replied, I'm listening. Some of his smooth, silky black hair fell on Jiang Ruan's face, tickling her heart. His brows were as clear as a painting, his long eyelashes were straight and slightly trembling, his thin lips were lightly pursed, and his breathing was faintly discernible. Jiang Ruan could almost hear the powerful sound of his heartbeat. An oppressive feeling that could not be ignored suddenly assaulted her, bringing with it a kind of ambiguity that was difficult to detect. She was at a loss for words. You're too heavy. Naturally, she did not know that the scene when she said these words was already bright and beautiful. Now, with the movement of her inner clothes, her collar was slightly open, and her dark red undergarment could vaguely be seen. Her complexion was charming, tender, and beautiful, like a newly bloomed rose. 2 traces of captivating red floated on her fair face, making her look even more attractive than the best rouge. Her lips were bright red, as if she was attracting people to kiss her. Xiao Xiao had originally only wanted to tease her, as he felt that it was very interesting to see the nervous appearance of this girl, who was usually cold and indifferent. Unexpectedly, with such beauty, even with his cold heart, it was difficult for him to remain indifferent to the scene in front of him. His breathing gradually quickened, and his head gradually leaned towards her. Jiang Ruan's eyes widened, and for a moment, she was at a loss of what to do. In her previous life, when she and Xian Li had thought that their feelings were the strongest, they had only held hands out of courtesy. She had never been so close to a man, and did not know how to resist. She steeled her heart and simply closed her eyes, so nervous that her heart almost jumped out. Unexpectedly, that kiss did not fall, and she heard Xiao Xiao's light laughter. Jiang Ruan suddenly raised her eyes and found that Xiao Xiao was looking at her, and could not help but laugh, as if he found her extremely amusing. Jiang Ruan angrily struggled away, feeling very ashamed. In the end, she glared at Xiao Xiao, grabbed the quilt, and tightly wrapped herself from head to toe. Xiao Xiao was helpless, and hugged her through the quilt. Be careful, don't suffocate. Jiang Ruan did not want to pay attention to him, so Xiao Xiao coaxed her in a low voice, Ruan, I was wrong, I was nervous. These words were really too shameful. Jiang Ruan sat up with a whoosh, pulled the quilt off her, and glared at him. Xiao Xiao now found Jiang Ruan more and more interesting. No matter how cold and exquisite she was on the outside, at least this side of her was only seen by him, and he could not help but feel proud. Jiang Ruan really lost her temper when she was stared at by his handsome face, and coldly said, Tomorrow, let me borrow Jin-san, I have something to do. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed without thinking, they are all your people, you don't need to tell me. You are also my people. Jiang Ruan looked at him sideways and asked. I am your people. Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh again. Shameless. Jiang Ruan could not remember how she slept that night, but she felt that the two of them were a step closer than before. At least now that there was one more person on the bed, she felt much more at ease. She was getting used to Xiao Xiao's feelings. However, early in the morning, Steward Lin took advantage of Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao eating to come in, singing a little tune. He carefully searched the entire bed, and after confirming that he did not find any traces that he was looking for, he hung his head and left dejectedly. After Xiao Xiao finished eating, he went out to handle some matters, and Jiang Ruan stayed in the Fu. Jin-san hurried over after hearing the instructions, and looked at Jiang Ruan, who was sitting on a chair arranging books, and asked, What does young Furen want Jin-san to do? Jiang Ruan told Jin-san everything that she wanted to do, and after Jin-san heard it, he was stunned. Young Furen did not tell young master. He probably already knows that I want to do this. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. Today, I even heard that he ordered people to beat up the people from the case department. Now that young Furen has made such a big move, it will inevitably attract gossip. Although you do not need to take these outsiders' words to heart, can Jin-san be so bold as to ask, why does young Furen want to do this at this critical juncture? Is there any other meaning? Jin-san asked. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly, and did not hide anything from him. I have to do this anyway, it is only a matter of time. I have chosen this time because I am tired of it. On the surface, my spearhead seems to be aimed at him, but in reality, it is only aimed at that person in the palace. The bigger the commotion that I make, the more flustered she becomes. I am forcing her to make a move, and because she is cautious in her actions, I cannot find an opportunity to do so. People will only make mistakes when they are flustered, and I am doing all this so that she will take the initiative to deliver the evidence that she has made a mistake to me. Jin-san pondered for a while, and finally understood what she meant. He was pleasantly surprised. Young Furen is very clever. She thought for a while, however, there is bound to be a tough battle today. Does young Furen not need the master to accompany you? The embroidered uniform guards now sincerely trusted Jiang Ruan. At that time, when Jiang Ruan was in danger, she was not willing to escape on her own, and guarded the Jining Wang Fu to hide their strength. The embroidered uniform guards were full of respect for this kind of female master. People's hearts were made of flesh, and as long as she was in trouble, they would not hold back to help. There is no need. Jiang Ruan smiled. In any case, I am the mistress of this Wang Fu. If I can't even handle such a small matter, then I am really too weak. This is my own matter, and I can handle it. As for Xiao Xiao, he will be busy in the future. Her bright eyes seemed to be surging with a strange emotion, like an eager impulse, but also like a somewhat ironic heartache. The complex entanglement made her beauty reveal a kind of resolute cruelty. At this moment, at the entrance of the Bureau of Investigation, the drum of injustice was being beaten heavily, and the surrounding area was surrounded by a circle of commoners who were watching the commotion. The number of people who stopped to watch was increasing, and almost the entire entrance of the Bureau of Investigation was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. On the left and right sides, there were two young women beating the drum of injustice, and both of them looked agitated. After an unknown amount of time, a person wearing an official's robe walked out and shouted, "Who is beating the drum of injustice?" "We servants are beating the drum of injustice on behalf of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. We plead darin for a fair trial to find the murderer of the late Furen's murder." Chapter 198. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd immediately went into an uproar. The farce of the Minister of State's Fu had been widely known in the capital a few years ago. At that time, Xia Yan's background had been very clean, and she was said to be a virtuous and talented person. Later on, it was revealed that she had a lack of morals and conduct, which made people loathe her. At this moment, when he heard the words of these two girls, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear uncontrollably. Some of the older ones recalled the late Madam of the Minister of State's Fu, Zhao Mei. Speaking of which, those who had some impression of Zhao Mei actually had a very good impression of her. Zhao Mei was born beautiful, with a pure and kind temperament. When she married into the Minister of State's Fu, she often gave alms to the poor. She never despised the poor and loved the rich, nor did she put on the airs of a noblewoman. She was amiable and approachable. However, these good reputations were ultimately all attributed to the head of the Minister of State's Fu, giving Jiang Quan a lot of bargaining chips in his career. At that time, Jiang Quan's incorruptible reputation among the common people was not without Zhao Mei's contribution. However, later on, Zhao Mei gradually faded out of people's sight, and then a gentle, virtuous and talented woman, Xia Yan, appeared. In addition, Jiang Quan intentionally promoted her. Thus, people only remembered that the current Madam of the Minister of State's Fu was Xia Yan and not the original Zhao Mei. At this moment, when these two girls mentioned her, some people remembered that beautiful and kind young married woman. In the end, there were good people in the human heart, and there were people who spoke up to defend against injustice. Oh, which bastard wanted to harm the late madam? That late madam was a good and amiable person. The official stepped forward to take the complaint from Lien Qiao's hands and glanced at the crowd. Nowadays, Hong and Junju was very popular. She also had the great backing of Jinying Wangfu. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Ruan's name, he did not dare to slight her. He only shouted for the crowd not to make any noise, and walked inside with the complaint. Generally, it would take a day for the case department to start hearing a case. Usually, ordinary cases could be directly tried in the yamen. Unless the noble family had a gargantuan grievance to sue, and was afraid that the person being sued was too powerful, the yamen would intervene and the case would not be fair. Only then would the case be added to the case department. The case department could also choose whether or not to investigate this case. After all, there were too many twists and turns in the homes of rich and noble people, and if they were not careful, they would invite trouble upon themselves. However, since an official dared to resolve the complaint on his own, it was obvious that he had already received instructions from his superior. Since he had accepted the case, he was going to try it. The surrounding crowd knew that there would be a good show to watch tomorrow. Dewdrop still felt that it was not enough and deliberately said in a loud voice, "The concubine of the minister's Fu, Xia Yan, poisoned the mistress and cruelly harmed the D son and daughter. Her methods were vicious." As the head of the household, Minister Jiang was fully aware of the truth, yet he pretended to be deaf, and conveniently pushed the boat forward. The mistress died, but she said that she died of illness. "I would like to trouble the case department to diligently try this case and restore the innocence and fairness of my young miss and madam." The crowd that was about to disperse immediately boiled up again. Dewdrop's words could be said to be a shocking scandal. In fact, in rich families, there were many cases of concubines plotting against the legal wife to get the position. However, if Jiang Quan knew everything that had happened but pretended to be deaf and mute, and even tacitly agreed with Xia Yan's methods, this would be the first time. Any official in the capital who had a good reputation and was not a fool would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. This was because, if it was exposed, it would be a huge stain on their reputation. The fight between the women in the inner courtyard was a fight for affection. Men should not get involved, especially when they were throwing stones at someone when they were down. If a man could treat his wife so cruelly, then what humanity was there left to speak of? Previously, Jiang Quan had only been a laughable person who could not handle the affairs of the inner courtyard. Now, with Dewdrop's words, Jiang Quan would henceforth become the representative of an ugly man in the capital. He was hypocritical, vicious in his heart, and had a kind of determination to abandon even his own flesh and blood. For a parent to be like him, it was really 1 in a million. Dewdrop and Lien Qiao looked at each other and smiled. They both felt refreshed, as if they had fiercely vented their resentment. They had been by Jiang Ruan's side for many years and were very clear about Jiang Quan's attitude towards Jiang Ruan. It was better not to have such a father. Zhao Mei had died unjustly, and Jiang Ruan and her sister's position in the minister's Fu had changed from being bullied and humiliated by others to not daring to be belittled. Now that they had gotten their revenge, they were naturally very happy. In a short period of time, the news of Hong and Junju suing her biological father had spread throughout the entire capital. Xia Yan and the Xia family were no more. Jiang Chao and Jiang Su were also dead. Naturally, the dead could not testify. However, the only Jiang Quan was still alive. This was tantamount to pointing all the spearheads at Jiang Quan. In the prince's Fu, Jiang Ruan looked at the sun in the sky. The snow had stopped early in the morning, and the sun had even risen a little. The weather was good. She slowly lifted her teacup and took a sip. Then, she said to Jin San and Tianzhu, who were beside her, "Let's go, it's almost time." Tianzhu got up and draped the silver rat fur cloak over her body. Then, she placed a heater in her hands before following her out the door. Today, the minister's Fu was exceptionally lively. Ever since Jiang Chao's death, no, it should be said that since many years ago, when Jiang Quan's career began to decline, the minister's Fu was no longer as bustling as before. At that time, Jiang Quan was like a fish in water in the court. Every day, there would be people who wanted to pay a visit. There were so many invitations in the room that the table could not fit them all. Jiang Quan discussed the current state of affairs with the high officials and nobles, while Xia Yan exchanged greetings and laughed with the noblewomen. They were all smooth and slick people, causing the entire Jiang Fu to be filled with cheerful voices and laughter. At that time, Jiang Su Su was still a fairy who was untainted by the mundane world. In the garden, she could play the Chinese harp to the point of causing people to stop in their tracks and forget to leave. Many princes and nobles were bewitched by the beautiful sound of the harp. They would foolishly stand in the corner outside, listening to the music enter their ears and falling in love with the beauty. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, would always return from the imperial college, full of success, and talk with the nobles he had just befriended. At that time, the old Jiang madam was still alive and well. Every day, Second Yinyang and Jiang Li dared not voice their anger at Xia Yan, and Jiang Dan timidly hid in her room. In the end, it could still be considered a scene of prosperity. Everyone guessed that the seemingly clean and upright Minister Fu would one day become a mainstay of the court. Because they were sufficiently loyal and did not make any mistakes. All of this prosperity seemed to have happened just yesterday. The liveliness had nothing to do with Jiang Ruan. It was as if the three of them, mother and sons, had always been strangers. Later on, when she came, the minister's Fu seemed to have been possessed by an evil spirit, and gradually declined. The glory of the past was long gone. Everyone said that it was not that the time had not yet come for revenge, but that the heavens were watching from above. The karma that the minister's Fu had sowed in the past had ultimately led to today's evil retribution. These past few years, the Jiang Fu had repeatedly met with mishaps. Today, Jiang Ruan's petition had torn the truth apart for everyone to see. The thoughts of the common people were simple and straightforward. Some people directly blocked the front door of the minister's Fu and threw eggs and vegetables at it. The Jiang Fu's imperial bodyguards came out to stop them, but they were also rained down with a torrent of abuse. They no longer dared to resist, and could only dejectedly close the front door under the crowd's anger. It was difficult to offend the anger of the masses. Just as the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, they saw a carriage slowly drive through the crowd, and the crowd automatically split into two. The carriage was exquisitely made, but it did not have a long lifespan. It had a low sense of beauty, and the coachman was actually a tall and handsome young man. With one look, one could tell that he was from a wealthy family. With just one look, the crowd seemed to be able to tell that the person in the carriage was either rich or of high status. Seeing that it was coming for the minister's Fu, they all fell silent and watched. The carriage finally stopped. The curtains were lifted, and two tall young women jumped out of the carriage. The two bowed and helped a woman out of the carriage. The woman was dressed in a crimson velvet embroidered coat and a bright jadeite crepe skirt. Such bright red and green colors were not gaudy, but instead had a kind of startling beauty. She was wearing a cloak woven with silver and silver rat fur, and in her hands was a warm stove. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her appearance was delicate and moving. She had combed her hair into a tranquil bun, which suppressed her beauty. Her pair of charming eyes were astonishing, but her gaze was dull, which caused that soul-stirring beauty to reveal a bit of austere and indifference. Someone in the crowd recognized her and exclaimed, "Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Hong and Junju?" Jiang family's daughter, this was her first title. Even if she was Jining Wangfei and Hong and Junju, she was first and foremost the Jiang family's daughter. And now that she had appeared here, it was naturally thought-provoking. Everyone knew that she had sent her own maid to complain to the case department early this morning, so why had she come to the minister's fu now? Everyone watched with great interest, wanting to see what she would do next. Jiang Ruan signaled Tianzhu with her eyes, and Tianzhu understood. She walked up to the minister's fu's main door and lightly knocked 3 times. Her movements were polite and gentle, and it did not seem like she had come to find trouble. Instead, she seemed like a guest, extremely courteous. She then respectfully said, "May I trouble you to inform that my family's Wangfei has returned to the fu to return to peace today." Ever since Jiang Ruan married into Jinying Wangfu, she had not even had the time to return to peace before she had been poisoned. Even so, the minister's fu was not thousands of li away from Jinying Wangfu. If she had the intention, it would have been fine to send someone over to inquire. Who knew that Jiang Quan would actually be able to do it without saying a word? It was as if this daughter of his did not exist. At this moment, when Tianzhu mentioned returning to peace, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had long known that the relationship between the Jiang family's daughter and Jiang Quan was not very close, but to be so cold and to only return to peace after being newly married for so long was really laughable. The people inside did not respond for a long time, so Tianzhu carefully retreated behind Jiang Ruan. The 3 of them then quietly stood at the entrance of the Jiangfu. The surrounding crowd discussed in low voices, but they were also shocked by Jiang Ruan's coldness at this moment. This was because at this moment, her eyes were deep, as if she was not looking at the Jiangfu, but rather looking at the long years that had passed through the Jiangfu's main gate. Jiang Ruan's thoughts returned to her previous life. It was also on this snowy day that she had returned to the Jiangfu from the rural residence for the first time. This was originally her own home, but it seemed as if she was living under someone else's roof. Standing at the entrance of the minister's fu, she was both nervous and happy. She was dressed in tattered clothes, and the surrounding people were pointing at her, one after another guessing her identity. She felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. It was at this entrance that Xia Yan and Jiang Su Su, dressed up beautifully, came to welcome her. The more gentle and elegant they were, the more unbearably vulgar she was. Under this signboard of the Jiangfu, the tightly shut main gate opened, and all kinds of hurt and humiliation poured out from inside. From the main gate of the Jiangfu to the main gate of the palace, she cut an even more sorry figure each time. That scene from her previous life was like a joke, constantly reminding her of that unbearable past. And now? Jiang Ruan raised her head, and her gaze fell on the huge signboard of the minister's fu. It was a signboard bestowed by the late emperor, Jiang Quan's pride, but at some point, it had already become covered in dust. In her previous life, what Xia Yan loved to do the most was to order the servants to wipe this signboard clean, as if it represented the glory of the Jiang family. Now, the Jiang family was on the verge of collapse. In this life, when she returned to the Jiang family, she had made a vow outside the main gate that she would slaughter all the people who had harmed her family in her previous life. She had planted a seed of vengeance here, and now, the seed had already broken through the soil and grown into a towering tree. With just a little more effort, she would be able to uproot this huge grave that had buried her and her family. After an unknown amount of time, the door creaked open. Behind the door, a man dressed in official robes slowly walked out. His face was gloomy, and he stared fiercely at Jiang Ruan. Perhaps Jiang Quan had just left court and had not had time to change his clothes, or perhaps he wanted to use this set of clothes to suppress Jiang Ruan's momentum. It was just that his appearance was very haggard. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly and politely greeted, "Father, long time no see." After a long time, Jiang Quan seemed to be a completely different person from the refined and decisive middle-aged man in Jiang Ruan's memory. He had lost a lot of weight, and his skin was very tanned. Both sides of his cheekbones were deeply sunken, and he was unusually thin. His entire person already showed signs of old age. Jiang Quan had always been a person who paid attention to his appearance. At that time, even when he was over 40 years old, he still looked like he was in his 30s, young and refined. Now, however, he had the appearance of a man who was not very good-looking, and perhaps even had some signs of declining. Only the indifference and harshness in his gaze was exactly the same as in her previous life. Jiang Quan sneered, "Gui Ning, do you still have any regard for my Jiang family?" Jiang Wan nodded, "Of course, I have placed father in my heart, and I have never dared to forget him." How could she dare to forget the blood feud and humiliation? The corners of her lips rose slightly. "It's just that father doesn't seem to like this daughter of yours." The meaning behind these words was to accuse Jiang Quan of being a father who was not benevolent. Jiang Quan was flustered and said angrily, "Have I ever reduced your food and clothing expenses? Don't forget that I am still your father. Without me, how could you have grown so big? Now that your wings have hardened and you have someone to support you, you actually dare to make up stories about your father. Where did you learn these wild rules from in the mountains?" Jiang Quan had always maintained his status as a scholar, so he had always spoken very politely. Outsiders had never seen him curse people in such a vulgar manner. At this moment, he was probably very anxious, so he did not choose his words carefully, which allowed the surrounding crowd to see his true appearance. "Without father, there would naturally be no me." Jiang Wan said indifferently, "Thanks to father's good fortune, when mother was still alive, eldest brother and I were only able to see father a few dozen times a year. However, Xia Yinyang's second younger sister and second older brother were always with father. Second brother could enter father's study, but eldest brother even had to be personally invited by mother. Second sister had the best nannies in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while I was personally taught by mother, but mother came from a military family and was completely ignorant of these things. Father, don't tell me that you want to say that it is because you sympathize with mother's motherly love for me and eldest brother to always stay by her side." These words were full of sarcasm. Jiang Quan's face slowly turned red, and he immediately opened his mouth to refute this. "However, staying together with mother is really very pleasant, so these are all nothing. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not my interests, and eldest brother has yet to learn the ways of a civil official. All of this is thanks to father's foresight." A trace of ridicule flashed through Jiang Ruan's eyes as she continued, "It's just that eldest brother was in a critical condition and wanted to call for a doctor at night. However, Xia Yinyang said that father was already asleep and that they would see him tomorrow. As a result, mother could only warm eldest brother with her own body for the entire night. If not for eldest brother's good fortune, he would not be able to be safe and sound today. Father, how do you explain this?" Without waiting for Jiang Quan to speak, Jiang Wan smiled and said, "Father is busy with official business, so I don't have to worry. So when mother was seriously ill, father did not come. When mother was on her deathbed, father also did not come. Only on the day that Xia Yinyang was placed on the throne did father come." Father pulled second brother and second sister and smiled very happily. "Eldest brother left home in anger, but I was sent to the rural residence." She laughed lightly. "Father, do you remember why you were sent to the rural residence?" "Because there was a Taoist priest who said that I was the bane of heaven, and that I would bring misfortune upon my parents. However, 5 years later, when I returned to the capital, that Taoist priest repeated the same trick and was seen through as a swindler. Father, do you still remember who the employer behind that Taoist priest was? It was father's favorite concubine, and later, mother, Xia Yinyang." She spoke in a drawn-out manner with a sigh, but the people who heard her felt their hearts skip a beat. To not even let a little girl off, this Xia Yan's mind was a little too vicious. "Father, do you want to say that you don't know anything about this matter? Then I'm afraid that there are too many things that father doesn't know. For example, on the day that my eldest brother returned to the capital, he was ambushed in the forest. Unexpectedly, they wanted to put him to death. If General Guan had not rushed to the rescue at that time, I'm afraid that the odds would have been against him. Father, do you know who the person behind this is?" Naturally, father does not know, because that person is also father's favorite concubine, Xia Yinyang. Jiang Wan smiled faintly. Father, you want to be an upright and honest high-ranking official, but you can't even recognize the person by your bedside. As a daughter, seeing this, my heart really aches. Some of the people around them sneered, while others pointed out, so it turns out that the minister's fu is such a tiger's den and dragon's pool. No wonder General Jiang wants to enter the military. Otherwise, how could he protect himself and younger sister? I'm afraid that he would have long since eaten so many bones. Xia Yan's mind was vicious to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. Unexpectedly, she did not even want to let Jiang Xing and Jiang Wan off. It was unknown how much old enmity she had with Zhao Mei. If Jiang Quan were to say that he was completely unaware of such a vicious woman, then he would really be underestimating this official of the third rank. Even if he said it, no one would believe it. It was nothing more than turning a blind eye to it. If one were to say that Jiang Quan had taken advantage of Zhao Mei's death to push the boat along with the current, then he would have a reputation as a cruel and unscrupulous person. However, even her own son and daughter acted as if they did not know anything. This was really puzzling. It was said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Could it be that Jiang Quan's heart was made of iron? You! What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Quan flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was also afraid that Jiang Wan would reveal even more secrets. You speak nonsense without any evidence. Who taught you to say such things, to humiliate my minister's fu? What is his purpose? Jiang Quan was an old fox after all. He very quickly thought of the questions that aroused everyone's doubts. As the child of the minister's fu, Jiang Wan naturally would not accuse her father for no reason. However, what if there was someone guiding her from behind? Jiang Wan was now married to Jinying Wang, so the person behind her naturally referred to Xiao Xiao. A trace of anger flashed quickly in Tian Zhu and Jin San's eyes. Even at this time, Jiang Quan still wanted to make a false accusation. This was really an unforgivable sin. Jiang Wan smiled faintly. Father, this is not important. At that time, Xia Yinyang ordered someone to drug my mother. Naturally, I also have evidence. My mother told me since I was a child not to recklessly accuse others. Suddenly, there was another burst of laughter. Jiang Quan thought that Jiang Wan was only scaring him. So many years had passed, and at that time, Jiang Wan was only a child. She did not know anything. Now that Xia Yan was also dead, where would there be any evidence? Jiang Quan was not worried, but after Jiang Ruan's disturbance, he felt that he had lost all face today. Immediately, he was unable to restrain his anger as he said, "You really want to do this? Evil girl, you actually dare to accuse your biological father. Where do you place the word filial piety? Where do you place me, your father? In this world, no matter what, when the word filial piety was pressed down, a few layers of skin would be crushed off. No matter how cruel and unscrupulous Jiang Quan was, he was still Jiang Ruan's father by blood. In this world, there was no such thing as a daughter accusing her father. Even if parents wanted you to die, you had to accept it. Because this was the moral principle, a rule that everyone in the world had to abide by. Seeing that Jiang Wan did not speak, a trace of pride flashed in Jiang Quan's eyes. He felt his back straighten up a little, and he also felt that he had more confidence. He said, "Don't forget, the blood on your body is mine. Without me, where would you come from?" The surrounding crowd was silent. Indeed, even if what Jiang Wan said was true, when they were scolding Jiang Quan for being heartless, their view of Jiang Wan was very complicated. Accusing one's biological father was a matter that shocked the world, and even caused them to have a different view of Jinying Wang Fu. For Jiang Wan, as a child, to do such a thing, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was out of line. Even if this lawsuit was ultimately won, Jiang Wan, who was left behind, would still have to face the strange gazes of the crowd. Jiang Ruan was not the slightest bit affected by the crowd's gazes. In the cold wind, she stood slender and elegant, a valiant posture that could not be blown away by any gale. It was as if she was declaring to the crowd that she would never compromise. Her cold and unyielding words slowly entered the ears of the crowd. Indeed, Father, you gave me life. Without you, there would be no me. You gave me half of the blood bone, but heaven knows, she sneered, how much I loathe it. Before she finished speaking, an exquisite dagger appeared in her hand. The crowd was startled, not knowing what she was going to do. They saw the dagger lightly cut the back of her hand, and large drops of blood flowed out, blooming bright-colored flowers of blood on the snowy ground. Her smile was charming yet cruel, and her words were cold and resolute. Facing Jiang Quan's dumbstruck gaze, she lightly parted her red lips. Now, I will return it to you. Chapter 199. Jiang Ruan observed with admiration. Beauty, especially from a person whom she did not dislike, would never make people unhappy. A certain person who pretended to be indifferent finally could not stand that overbearing gaze. After enduring it for a while, he finally put down his book and raised his eyes, meeting Jiang Ruan's gaze for the first time since returning to the room. Jiang Quan gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. If not for the fact that they were in public, he would probably have killed Jiang Ruan. Not only that, but Jiang Ruan's actions also caused a trace of panic to arise in his heart. Jiang Ruan's gaze was filled with indifference and hatred, as if she did not care at all whether he was a member of the Jiang family or not. As she was thinking, Xiao Xiao lightly patted her hand. Jiang Ruan raised her head to look at him. Xiao Xiao walked forward unhurriedly. His black clothes did not seem out of place next to Jiang Ruan's crimson dress. The intertwining of black and red actually revealed a kind of cool and elegant splendor. Jiang Quan did not want to directly clash with him, but he really could not swallow this anger. In an unfriendly tone, he said, "Does Xiao Wangye have something to warn this old official? This old official only teaches his own children, so Xiao Wangye does not need to worry about household matters." Jin San and Tian Zhu quietly stood behind Jiang Ruan. Their gazes slightly wavered, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Jiang Ruan had already told them about her plans. This was the reason why she did not immediately tell Xiao Xiao. Once Xiao Xiao knew that she had made this decision, he would definitely stop her. Although Jin San was Xiao Xiao's man, he now wholeheartedly obeyed Jiang Ruan. As a husband, Xiao Xiao naturally had to protect his wife. However, Jin San also knew that Jiang Ruan's method was the best. That was the courage to announce to the world that she had severed ties with the minister's Fu. Jiang Quan wanted to use blood ties to threaten her, but from now on, it would be impossible. She wanted to sever the last bit of connection with the minister's Fu. This might require a lot of courage, but it could also be seen how much she hated the fact that her surname was Jiang. Housekeeper Lin had just returned to the small kitchen when Jin San ran out, sweating profusely. "Hey, old Lin, the medicine for young madam is ready. Let Lien Qiao send it over." Lu Zhu came back to empty the bowl and happened to hear Jin San's words. She could not help but be shocked and asked, "What medicine?" Even after many years, when the people of the capital talked about the blossoming of blood in the heavy snow, they could not help but sigh. In the snow, the red-clothed woman's face was as beautiful as a flower, and the two men's cold and resolute backs were deeply engraved in everyone's mind. That unintentionally revealed elegance was enough to be talked about for a lifetime, and it would never fade no matter what. He did not say anything. His tightly pursed lips looked serious and handsome. The young girls around him recognized him and started to discuss, "Isn't that Jinying Wang? He must have come specially to support Wang Fei this time." The surrounding people immediately fell silent and stared at Jiang Ruan in disbelief. There were many women in the world with strong and resolute temperament, but none of them were as resolute and decisive as she was. Jiang Ruan was the first since the great Jin dynasty had established its territory. Jiang Ruan frowned. She had never thought that Jiang Xing would come. His actions were understandable. However, as the commander-in-chief of the army, his actions today would inevitably be criticized by his colleagues in the court in the future. If someone deliberately wanted to add insult to injury, perhaps they would use this matter as a ruse. Thinking of this, she could not help but blame herself. She should have found an excuse to hide it from him. She did not want the news to be leaked so quickly. No matter how the brocade guards mingled in private, Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao were completely unaware. After Xiao Xiao entered the room, he did not say a word and only sat in front of the table looking for a book to read. No matter how Jiang Ruan thought about it, she felt that he was angry. However, Xiao Xiao usually had an expression regardless of whether he was angry or not. Although she could not see it, she could still feel his displeasure. Tianzhu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Young madam is someone worthy of my admiration." As expected, the coldness on Xiao Xiao's face eased a little. Jiang Ruan took the medicine, and when Xiao Xiao averted his eyes, Jiang Ruan obediently drank the medicine. Jin San thought for a while, then took out a few pearls and threw them into the bowl. He said, "I'll buy young lord. Young madam isn't an ordinary woman. I have a feeling that young madam will definitely take advantage of young lord." Hey, why are you guys looking at me? I'm also a woman. My woman's intuition tells me that. That's awesome. To be so protective of his own younger sister, no wonder he is the war god of the great Jin dynasty. Wrong, someone retorted, that Jinying Wang is a heartless and cold person. Look at the way he treats Wang Fei, it is too gentle. There's no such thing as being cold. Jiang Xing didn't want to return to the minister's mansion. The new mansion that the emperor had bestowed upon him hadn't been built yet, so he decided to go to the general's mansion. Now, he was on good terms with Zhao Guang. Whenever they talked about the art of war, it was as if they were old friends. After Jiang Xing left, Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao were left alone in the carriage. Xiao Xiao did not say a word. It was unknown what he was thinking, but it made Jiang Ruan feel a little guilty. Fine, as you wish. Jin Air waved his hand and said, "I'll buy young madam to take the initiative to reconcile." As he took out a banknote and threw it into the bowl, he said, "In any case, young lord is a man. No matter how much he dotes on his wife, a man will always have self-esteem. How can he take the initiative to coax a woman? He will spoil her. No matter what, he is still our young lord. When have you ever seen the young lord take the initiative to apologize to someone?" Jiang Ruan saw that his attitude had softened and hurriedly said, "I have thought about it. I am not a fool. If so much blood were to flow out, wouldn't it cost me my life? My life was saved by you and your teacher with great difficulty. How can I lose it because of an unimportant minister's foo? I am not someone who does not have a sense of propriety. Didn't you see the chicken blood? That was all prepared by me. I know how to protect myself. What illness? Sick." Housekeeper Lin was momentarily sluggish. Then, his face contorted. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He stamped his feet and said, "That was the medicine that I asked divine Dr. Xia to brew for young lord. Today, I wanted to brew it for young lord to drink, but I did not expect that young madam would be injured. Ah, now is not the time to drink that medicine. Ah, no, I can't tell young lord. What should I do? I will go out and hide. Jin San, if young lord asks, just say that I have a cold. Don't slip up. Ah Ruan is my wife." Xiao Xiao did not seem to hear Jiang Quan's words and said indifferently, "Husband and wife are one. If she wants to return Minister Zhang's blood, this prince will do it." Just as he finished speaking, he saw an exquisite dagger slide out of his sleeve. He played with it in his hand and lightly cut the back of his hand. This is the medicine that divine Dr. Xia prescribed for Madam. Jin San said, wasn't young Madam injured today? What is that empty bowl in your hand? Xiao Xiao stared at her indifferently, you never thought that I would be worried. A trace of disdain flashed across Jiang Xing's face. This kind of father, even if he did not want it, it would be fine. Ever since he was born, he had not fulfilled his duties as a father for a single day. What he had given the three of them, mother and son, was only endless humiliation and pain. Now, he actually wanted to use the word filial piety to overwhelm Jiang Ruan. He only felt sorry for his younger sister, who had been forced to the point that she did not hesitate to harm her own body in order to draw a clear line between herself and the Jiang Fu. Since Jiang Ruan wanted to do this, how could he not agree? Jiang Xing already had an excellent reputation among the common people. At this moment, when he said these words, his expression was naturally open and aboveboard, and his action of protecting his younger sister from being wronged caused everyone to exclaim in their hearts. If one were to say that Jiang Ruan's actions just now had made everyone feel that she had gone a little overboard. But when it was Jiang Xing, it was very different. Everyone felt that for this god of war, who was a fair and just gentleman, to be so disgusted, the minister's fu was indeed not a clean place. They were afraid that they had really gone too far. But they did not know when it had started, but the cats and dogs that were kept in the fu had also grown sharp claws and teeth. It was probably when she had returned from the rural residence that her temperament had become eccentric. She seemed to be steady and calm, and no longer relied on the entire Jiang Fu as she had in the past. Jiang Quan did not care. Even if the matter of the Xia family and Jiang Su seemed to be related to Jiang Wan, he had always firmly believed that no cat or dog would personally destroy their own nest. In the end, Jiang Wan needed a maiden family. Besides Jiang Xing, her only family was him, Jiang Quan. And as long as there was this bit of kinship, Jiang Wan would never be able to stir up much of a storm. As long as filial piety was at the tip of her tongue, Jiang Wan would forever stand at the disadvantage of justice. How could a person who could even disregard life and death be trapped by the small word filial piety? At this moment, Jiang Quan knew that Jiang Wan was not going to turn back. The light burning in her eyes was hatred. She hated this minister's fu, and indeed, she deeply loathed the blood that flowed in her body with the surname Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Quan was actually speechless. He did not know what to do, and could only stare at Jiang Ruan without blinking. No. Jiang Ruan's words stopped in her mouth. Admittedly, Xiao Xiao had done this for her, but more importantly, it was to prevent anyone from using this matter to pressure Jiang Xing in the future. Because of Jining Wang, Jiang Xing would not become the target of everyone's attacks. At least, the people under heaven would not first think of the overbearing siblings. Housekeeper Lin stared blankly, and his face immediately scrunched up, injured again. "Oh, my young madam, why are you injured every day?" If the Lord and Madam in heaven were to see this, they would blame our Jining Wang Fu for not taking good care of you. Jin San Tianzhu, do you not want to stay in the genie guard? If you can't even protect young Madam well, how can you take on missions in the future? Sooner or later, the reputation of the genie guard will be ruined in the hands of you two girls. Xiao Xiao pursed his lips, his face still cold. Although when he heard Jiang Wan mention the chicken blood incident, he was both angry and amused. What he remembered more was the shock and heartache he felt when he and Jiang Xing rushed over and saw the bright bloodstains on the snow-covered ground. That moment of overwhelming worry. Jiner investigated it. Xiao Xiao answered indifferently, still not shifting his gaze to Jiang Wan. Jiang Quan was almost thrown off his feet by Jiang Xing. He looked at the tall young man in front of him. In his memory, the young child who was always timid and wanted to curry favor with him had already disappeared. Today, Jiang Xing's ability was completely revealed. As a court official, even he had to be awed by Jiang Xing's prestige. But these two siblings had joined hands to deal with him, which was really a big taboo for Jiang Quan. He clutched his chest with one hand and panted as he pointed at Jiang Xing, treason and heresy. Treason and heresy. This was clearly anger. Seeing Xiao Xiao's awkwardness, Jiang Wan moved her chair closer to the table. With one hand on the table and the other supporting her cheek, she was practically half lying on the table as she stared unblinkingly at Xiao Xiao. The young man's expression was indifferent, as if he was not affected in the slightest. His long eyelashes drew a graceful arc, and his eyes were as deep as the vast sea of stars. Only his side profile was so handsome that he did not seem like someone from the opposite world. All along, Jiang Quan had regarded Jiang Wan as a dispensable daughter. She was Zhao Mei's daughter, which was like a constant reminder of those oppressive days when he had been suppressed by others. He loathed Jiang Wan and deliberately ignored her. He knew that Jiang Ruan's temperament was soft and easy to manipulate, just like the cats and dogs that were kept in the Fu. Usually, they were only kept for the sake of being put to good use one day. As long as he treated her a little more gently, they would happily come up and wag their tails. Jiang Wan saw that he was not speaking and knew that this person was extremely angry today. She wanted to say a few more words of comfort, but then she saw Lu Zhu walking in with a bowl of medicine and said, "The medicine that housekeeper Lin ordered is ready. Young madam, quickly drink it while it's hot." She also wanted to ease the stiff atmosphere between the two of them. She thought that mentioning Jiang Ruan's injury would make Xiao Xiao's heart ache a little, and perhaps he would not be so angry at her own Mississippi. Lu Zhu looked at her blankly. "Just now, there was a bowl of medicine here. I thought it was for Miss, so I brought it into the room for Madam to drink." But how could she dare? Jiang Quan's eyes were somewhat red, like a trapped beast on the verge of death. That woman's smiling face was like the legendary red spider lily, beautiful yet cruel, as if the skin of a beauty had grown out of eerie white bones. The blood on her wrist dripped noiselessly into the snow-covered ground, but she did not seem to feel the slightest bit of pain. "Are you angry?" Jiang Wan asked. "What's the matter?" Jean San turned to look at housekeeper Lin. "Old Lin, is there someone else in the Fu who is sick?" When she raised her eyes again, Jiang Ruan's gaze had already regained its calm. She looked at Jiang Quan, who already did not know how to end the situation, and said with a faint smile, "Father, after this blood has been repaid, we brother and sister will no longer have any relationship with the Jiang family. From now on, we will no longer be members of the Jiang family. The benevolence of father and son has been exhausted, and we shall sever all ties." At the side, Jean E silently shouldered his knife and was about to leave when he was pulled back by Jean C. Hey, you should also say something, Jean E, which one do you want to buy?" Jean E looked at the bowl and silently fished out a gold ingot from his sleeve. He only said 3 words, "I support my master." Then, he turned around and carried his knife away. "I should not have kept it from you." Without waiting for Xiao Xiao to speak, Jiang Wan took the initiative to say, "Today, I only cared about myself and did not consider your feelings. I am sorry." She sighed, "But Xiao Xiao, if I had told you about this, you would certainly not have allowed it. I originally thought that it would not be too late to tell you after what was done was done. I was wrong. I am used to dealing with these matters alone and forgot that you are my husband. I never thought that you would be worried about me." She thought about it, this matter was still her own fault. Anyone would be unhappy to be kept in the dark by their own wife like this. She had always been very magnanimous in these matters, and when she knew that she was in the wrong, she wanted to admit it. However, Xiao Xiao did not speak to her, and Jiang Wan was in a difficult position. She only felt that at this moment, Xiao Xiao was extremely similar to Xian Pei, who had quarreled with her in her previous life. However, as long as Xian Pei was angry, he would make a few sweet pastries and praise him for being obedient. Now, she was going to tell Xiao Xiao that he was his little darling. Jiang Wan shivered. The crowd was quiet for a few seconds, and suddenly, someone clapped and shouted, "Good! You're a real man. Truly loyal." Jean Eyre gave a thumbs up and was slapped aside by Steward Lin. When he saw the gold, silver, and jewels in the bowl, he immediately flew into a rage. "I already said that gambling in the Wang Fu is not allowed, and it has caused such a bad atmosphere. I want my master to deduct your monthly allowance. Quickly go and brew the medicine." With great difficulty, they returned to the Wang Fu. As soon as Xiao Xiao entered the Fu, Steward Lin came to greet him. He was about to speak when Xiao Xiao said, "Young madam has suffered a knife injury, let Xia Wu brew some medicine. I'll bet on my master." Tian Zhu was usually a rather proper person, and basically, she would not participate in such a gamble. However, today, for the first time, she took out a silver yuan from her sleeve. "Young madam is such a patient person, and master dotes on her very much. Naturally, he cannot bear to be angry with her all the time. As long as young madam furrows her brows, all of master's anger will disappear." When Jean Eyre heard this, he burst out laughing and said, "Tian Zhu, you are young madam's maidservant, but now, your eyes are filled with young madam's shadow. Back then, I didn't see you worshipping the young master so much." These words were full of sarcasm, but just as she finished speaking, Jiang Xing took a big step forward. Although he had inherited Zhao Mei's bright and handsome appearance, the longer he had lived in the army these past few years, the more he had tempered a steel-like cold and resolute temperament. At this moment, in the snowstorm, he was like a statue, and immediately, like a mountain, stood in front of Jiang Ruan to protect her. He stared fixedly at Jiang Quan, and Jiang Quan could not help but feel a little guilty under this sharp, sword-like gaze. Jiang Xing suddenly laughed and said, "Younger sister, why didn't you call me when you were doing this? I am also a son of the Jiang family, and half of the Jiang family's blood flows in my body. Similarly, I am also extremely disgusted by this. Since I am a man, I will definitely not let my own younger sister bleed." He cupped his hands towards the surrounding crowd. "I would like to trouble everyone to be a witness. My younger sister's blood, I will return it on her behalf." Before he finished speaking, another black silhouette appeared by her side. Xiao Xiao's gaze was unusually cold, and he only glanced at Jiang Quan indifferently. He did not say anything, but Jiang Quan felt a deep sense of pressure. He turned his head, and without saying a word, he pulled Jiang Ruan's hand, took the medicine bottle and bandage from the secret guard, and carefully applied the medicine to Jiang Ruan. When Jiang Ruan saw that Xiao Xiao had rushed over so quickly, she could not help but feel a little guilty. However, she was determined to succeed in today's matter, and even if Xiao Xiao was there, he would not be able to change her resolve. She shook her head and said, "There is no need to trouble yourself, I will eventually return half of his blood." Jiang Ruan nodded, "Today's matter was my fault. I should not have hidden it from you." She admitted her mistake very quickly, and there was almost no hesitation. She had always spoken directly in front of people she was familiar with, and would not hide anything. Two men stood side by side in the snow, and the ground was covered in a dense spray of blood. One was beautiful beyond compare, cold and elegant, and the other was bright and handsome, firm and resolute like a mountain. The scene was surprisingly harmonious. Heavy snow fell silently, and among the crowd, there was an emotional woman whose eyes were wet. She covered her mouth and murmured, "To have such a brother, to have such a husband, what else can one ask for?" Old Lin broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that the medicine that he had specially instructed Xia Wu to prescribe, because Xiao Xiao's body was weak, would now be used by Jiang Ruan. He did not know what effect that medicine would have on a woman. Today, it could be said that he had poked a big hole in the basket, but when he thought about it, why did he feel some anticipation? Later, she had asked Tian Zhu Jin-san to take advantage of the time when he was supporting Xiao Xiao and Jiang Xing to stuff the blood packet in. In the end, half of the blood had flowed out. Jiang Quan was so angry that he was in a complete mess, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as they left behind a sentence of, "No more relations," and left in the carriage. Jiang Ruan slowly lowered her eyes. She did not feel the slightest bit of pain from the wound on her hand, but her heart felt sour and astringent. Two such outstanding men in this world had bled for her. In this life, what had she done to deserve them to make such sacrifices for her? As he finished speaking, Jiang Xing did not hesitate to snatch the dagger from Jiang Ruan's hand and ruthlessly slashed the back of his hand. His attack was heavier than Jiang Ruan's, and blood almost spurted out. Jiang Ruan could not help but be startled, and subconsciously reached out to bandage his wound. Jin San and Tian Zhu silently looked away. However, Jiang Ruan was not in the mood to bicker with Steward Lin. She only lowered her head and followed Xiao Xiao back to the house. Jean Eyre jumped down from the tree and said, "Is master angry with young madam? You don't look happy." After a while, she finally stood up and walked to Xiao Xiao's side. Xiao Xiao did not even raise his head, and his gaze only fell on the page in front of him. Jiang Ruan moved a chair from the side and sat beside him. She said softly, "Xiao Xiao, how did you know that I went to the minister's fu?" Jean C had just finished nibbling on a fruit and casually wiped his mouth. When he heard Jean Eyre's words, he immediately took out a silver bowl from his bosom and said, "Let's bet, let's bet. Let's bet on who will take the initiative to admit their mistake first." Until the bloodstains on the ground almost dyed the small area where Jiang Ruan was standing red, and her face became increasingly pale, she suddenly heard the hurried sound of horse hooves approaching from afar. A figure, mixed with the snowflakes stirred up by the wind, appeared in front of Jiang Ruan in a flash. That person had probably just rushed over from the military camp. He was still dressed in military attire, and his brows were cold and hard, full of hardships. Jiang Xing pulled Jiang Ruan over and angrily said, "Ah Ruan, what are you doing?" Xiao Xiao looked down. "You did not do anything wrong." That night, when Xiao Xiao and Jiang Xing returned, their faces were only slightly pale, but nothing else could be seen. Both of them had gone through so many years of hard work, and they also had a foundation in martial arts. Even though half of their bodies were blood and flesh, how could they be sure when they investigated? It was originally just a gimmick, so it was better to know when to stop. Jiang Ruan never made a losing trade. Earlier, she had already stored some blood packets made of chicken blood in her sleeves. Even if Xiao Xiao and Jiang Xing did not come in the end, she still had a way to escape unscathed. Chapter 200. After Jiang Ruan took the medicine, she wanted to go to bed early to rest. Who knew that when she reached the bed, she could not fall asleep? She only felt her heart become restless for no reason. It was originally a cold winter day, but unexpectedly, she did not feel cold at all. Instead, a fine layer of sweat formed on her forehead. She originally thought it was a problem with the herbs, so she didn't take it to heart. She just turned over and pulled the blanket down. Who knew that after a while, it actually became even hotter? Not only that, but there was also an unfamiliar tide of emotions surging in her body. She vaguely guessed something, but she felt that it was inconceivable. He wanted to sit up, but the moment he moved, his body felt strangely limp. "Xiao Xiao." Jiang Ruan could not help but call out to him. Even she herself was startled by the sound of her voice. She was charming, gentle, and beautiful. When Xiao Xiao heard this, he raised his eyes and looked over. When he saw Jiang Ruan's appearance, he was slightly startled. Putting down the book, he walked to the bedside and sat down. Although his expression was still cold, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong?" Seeing that Jiang Ruan's face was extremely red, he frowned and stretched out his hand towards Jiang Ruan's forehead. Xiao Xiao's hand was ice cold and his joints were slender. As he caressed Jiang Ruan's head, Jiang Yuan could not help but let out a comfortable sigh. She was startled and felt that she was too ashamed to face Xiao Xiao. However, her body was more honest than her mind. At this moment, her whole body was burning hot. Indeed, she was greedy for Xiao Xiao's cold body. She subconsciously snuggled up to Xiao Xiao. You. Xiao Xiao suddenly withdrew his hand and grasped Jiang Ruan's wrist to feel her pulse. Jiang Ruan's body trembled. Xiao Xiao's movements paused slightly, as if he had suddenly discovered something. A pair of pitch-black eyes looked towards Jiang Ruan. When Jiang Ruan saw his expression, she could roughly guess what had happened. For a moment, she was embarrassed, but she couldn't resist the urge to rub herself against Xiao Xiao. She could only clench her teeth and desperately suppress the anger in her heart. Xiao Xiao withdrew his hand, his voice cold and emotionless. I'll go call Xia Qing over. Even so, there was still a trace of anger in his words. Regardless of the mastermind behind today's incident, disregarding Jiang Ruan's body like this, even if it was a prank, it was still too much. Xiao Xiao. Jiang Ruan grabbed him. Actually, she didn't use much strength. At this moment, all her thoughts were on fighting the flames in her body, so she didn't have any extra strength. Xiao Xiao's footsteps paused. He turned around and said, "It's nothing. I just made a mistake." He was probably still consoling her. Jiang Ruan's eyes were half opened in a daze. At this moment, she seemed to have split into two people. One of her body was surging with unfamiliar feelings, unable to control herself, while the other was incomparably clear-headed as she looked at everything in front of her. The young man in front of her was always dressed in black, which made his originally cold temperament seem to be coated with a layer of frost, as if he had abandoned all desires. It was really hard to imagine that there would be such a cold man in this world. At this moment, his face was handsome. His thin lips were tightly pursed and his brows were slightly furrowed. He looked extremely delicious. Delicious? Jiang Yuan grabbed the corner of his clothes and spat out 3 words with difficulty, "Don't go. Don't worry." Xiao Xiao didn't seem to understand what she meant. Seeing her determined look, he was afraid that she would fall, so he sat down on the couch and said in a low voice, "I'll be back soon." Jiang Yuan was somewhat annoyed. She had already made her words so clear, but Xiao Xiao was still so stupid. At this moment, her whole body was as hot as a soldering iron. As soon as she got close to Xiao Xiao, the man's ice-cold and chilly aura almost made her unable to restrain herself from sticking to him. In fact, Jiang Yuan really did stick to him. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Xiao's neck and, somewhat impatiently, rubbed against his body. Xiao Xiao's fair and handsome face immediately blushed. He somewhat wanted to push Jiang Yuan away, but he only said, "Be obedient and let go." The next moment, he felt his body heavily hit by someone. Caught off guard, he was knocked down onto the couch. Immediately after, a soft body pounced on him. With great difficulty, Jiang Yuan propped herself up and glared fiercely at him. Her face was already flushed red from the effects of the medicine, and her pair of charming eyes seemed to be able to drip water. Her voice was even softer than a puddle of water, yet she still had to bring out an imposing aura. She practically roared, "I already told you not to leave." However, at this moment, no matter how loud her voice was, in Xiao Xiao's ears, it only sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Xiao Xiao quietly stared at Jiang Yuan, who was leaning on him, and said in a faint voice, "Do you know what you are doing?" Jiang Yuan's gaze was as fierce as a hungry wolf's. She had a beautiful face that could turn all living things upside down, and her moist eyes were like a little fox in the forest. If one was not a saint, it was feared that they would also be somewhat moved. Xiao Xiao's body was indeed ice-cold. Lying on him like this was like lying on a block of ice. Jiang Yuan sighed in satisfaction. She naturally knew what her actions meant. Her relationship with Xiao Xiao had become somewhat unusual after the antidote was removed. However, she had always been a person who warmed up slowly. If she continued to follow her own temperament, she did not know how long she would have to wait. She and Xiao Xiao were husband and wife. More importantly, she did not reject more intimate actions with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was too much of a gentleman. If he had not obtained her consent, he would absolutely not have taken the initiative to propose sleeping with her. And with her temperament, it was assumed that she would not have said it out loud. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity, as if to give herself a way out. If she missed this opportunity, she did not know if she would have the courage to take the initiative to express her attitude to Xiao Xiao in the future. It was rare for her mind to be so clear at this time, but when she met Xiao Xiao's indifferent pitch-black eyes, she felt as if she was being sucked in. Jiang Yuan steeled her heart and suddenly smiled, saying, "Do this." As she spoke, she raised her hand and used all her strength to pull off Xiao Xiao's belt. Xiao Xiao's body stiffened, and the suspicious flush on his face became clearer. He did not know why, but the ice-cold body below him did not seem to be as cold as before. Jiang Yuan sat on him and looked at him condescendingly. "You and I are husband and wife. I am doing what a wife should do." Xiao Xiao's long eyelashes trembled slightly. His gaze was sharp, but his tone was gentle. "Ah, Yuan, do you not regret it?" Jiang Yuan did not speak. She slowly bent down and mustered up her courage to nibble on his neck. She had always been a person who knew how to restrain herself. This drug was actually not as strong as she had imagined, at least it was not as heavy as the last time. But now, she could only be considered to be pretending to be stupid to take this opportunity. Fortunately, at this moment, her face was already red, so her special emotions could not be seen. Xiao Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his whole body seemed to have tightened into a ball. Jiang Yuan was still like a kitten, carelessly arching around his neck. Jiang Yuan originally did not have much experience. She had probably learned this from the booklet she had read before entering the palace in her previous life. She carelessly kissed him and thought about what she should do with her hand. Before she could think of anything, her hand was caught in an ice-cold palm. Jiang Yuan slightly propped herself up, somewhat puzzled. However, she did not expect that when she leaned over to look at Xiao Xiao with her snow-white skin and beautiful face, her jet-black long hair hung behind her back, and a lock of it mischievously blocked in front of her. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her cherry lips were delicious. It was as if she had fallen into the world of mortals, and each and every movement was captivating and soul-stealing. Jiang Yuan had always known that she was beautiful, and she expected that at this moment, she would not be lacking either. However, she did not expect Xiao Xiao's actions. Xiao Xiao stared at her closely, his gaze very deep, and the affection contained in his jet-black long eyes seemed to be able to swallow a person. Jiang Yuan paused, and suddenly, as if provoking him, pinched his waist. She immediately felt Xiao Xiao's body tense up. She was secretly pleased with herself, but the next moment, she felt the world spin, and her position with Xiao Xiao's had reversed. Xiao Xiao looked down at her condescendingly, one hand propped up on the side of her pillow. His features were cold, and his jet-black eyes were like a deep pool. At this moment, the pool water was surging, and unfamiliar emotions were overwhelming. His breath was scorching, and a dangerous aura assaulted her senses. Jiang Yuan sensitively sensed that something was wrong. She only felt that Xiao Xiao today was very different from the past. Under such a direct and forceful gaze, she actually felt a little guilty for a moment. Immediately, she struggled to push Xiao Xiao away. However, at this moment, she did not have any strength, and she was already sweating all over. A woman's charm was inadvertently revealed, and the flirtatious look in the corner of her eyes was truly admirable. Xiao Xiao's voice suddenly became low and hoarse, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. He said, "Don't move." Jiang Yuan immediately reacted, and at that moment, she did not dare to move recklessly. Originally, she had wanted to quickly resolve this matter, and today, she had taken advantage of the courage that she had gathered with great difficulty to be so bold. Who knew that now, it was difficult to get off the tiger's back? At this moment, the nervousness in her heart had long since drowned out the original tide of passion. However, as it neared the critical juncture, she began to sober up. Just as she was hesitating about what to do next, Xiao Xiao suddenly turned over and sat up. He had decided to stop here. Jiang Ruan's heart inexplicably felt somewhat disappointed. However, she saw that after Xiao Xiao sat up, he had indeed taken off his boots and jacket. He turned his head and met Jiang Ruan's disappointed gaze. After a slight pause, he could not help but laugh. Jiang Ruan stared blankly for a moment, and then immediately felt angry, as if she had been caught red-handed. Why should she be disappointed in this kind of thing? It was as if she had coveted Xiao Xiao's beauty, and was just about to find an excuse when she saw that Xiao Xiao had already leaned over. Her body did not dare to move for a moment, and immediately after, her lips were blocked by a warm and soft object. Jiang Ruan could clearly hear the sound of her own and Xiao Xiao's heartbeats. She had probably never done such an intimate thing with anyone in her previous and current lives. This kiss was extremely long, and when he released her, Jiang Ruan actually only cared about breathing for a moment, and her body had already turned soft. At this moment, Jiang Ruan's lips were even more tender and luscious, like red cherry blossoms in May, fresh and beautiful. Her head was slightly tilted back, and her long, jet-black hair was spread out on the bright red pillow. Her eyes were charming, her eyebrows were curved, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Jiang Ruan's face became increasingly hot under his gaze, but she did not want Xiao Xiao to see that she was feeling guilty. She only wanted to blow out the lamp, but she did not expect that just as she moved slightly, Xiao Xiao would press down on her again. His expression was not as cold as it usually was. In both her previous and current lives, although she had experienced all kinds of storms, this was probably the first time she had experienced such a thing between a man and a woman. It was unfamiliar and nervous, and the initial bold provocation had completely dissipated. However, there was no turning back, and at this moment, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Xiao to shout for her to stop. She could not shout for him to stop, and Xiao Xiao being on top of her was really very torturous. Jiang Ruan clenched her teeth and said, "You, hurry up." Xiao Xiao was slightly startled. At this moment, the lamp had not been extinguished, and Xiao Xiao's face was really a face that could bring calamity to a country. Moreover, his pair of deep eyes seemed to be sparkling like the stars. He said in a low voice, "Ruan." Jiang Ruan ruthlessly pinched his slender waist, and looked at him with some resentment. I can. I'm ready. Hurry up." Xiao Xiao smiled slightly, and said in a faint voice, Ruan, it's too late for you to regret now." It was as if a red plum flower had bloomed soundlessly in winter, gorgeous and dazzling. In the entire world, there was only this plum flower's beauty that could captivate one's soul and steal one's soul. The petals trembled slightly and were delicate and timid, and because of this, they bloomed with a different kind of beauty in the cold and hard winter. The snowflakes were cold and sparkling, and the red plum flower was charming and warm. This was a beautiful scene made in heaven, and anyone who saw it would be lost in thought. However, they bloomed quietly in the night, and no one knew of the beauty that was presented to the world in such an intimate manner. In the dark night, the charming and gentle sounds seemed to travel very far. Even though it was a bitterly cold winter day, the room seemed to be lit with a fiery passion. Life was a short period of time, and they had probably completed their most intimate communication on this night. It was as if the displeasure of the estrangement had vanished into thin air, and the two of them had become one in the most frank and sincere manner. The darkness and sorrow of the previous life, the endless pain hidden in the bottom of their hearts, and the secrets that could not be spoken of by others, seemed to have completely changed after this night. In this world, there was one person who would henceforth stand shoulder to shoulder with you, sharing weal and woe in the name of husband and wife. This was a strange time in the capital, but it made one look forward to it. Xiao Xiao turned over from Jiang Ruan's body. After such an intense spring night, his whole body was covered in sweat. Jiang Ruan lay on the bed. Whenever she thought of the scene of her passionately taking the initiative just now, she wanted to directly fall asleep on the pillow. She thought about how she had taken the initiative for the first time. In the future, when Xiao Xiao thought about it, he would probably find it funny. Xiao Xiao caressed her long hair and said gently, "I will call someone to fetch some water." "No need." Jiang Ruan called out in a moment of desperation, but when she met Xiao Xiao's gaze, she felt a little awkward. However, asking for water at this moment was undoubtedly equivalent to announcing to the entire Wang Fu what they had done today. She was still not used to openly presenting herself in front of others, especially for such a private matter. However, looking at her sticky body, it would be inexcusable if she did not fetch water. Immediately, she was somewhat at a loss. Xiao Xiao looked at her thoughtfully and nodded, "I will go fetch it." "You. Is your body still in pain?" With one glance, he saw through Jiang Ruan's apprehension, and his words were also extremely considerate. However, as soon as he mentioned that her body was in pain, Jiang Ruan immediately recalled those intense scenes just now. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Jiang Ruan quickly replied. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a wave of soreness coming from the lower part of her body. She could not help but secretly grumble in her heart. They all looked at Xiao Xiao's usually cold and cheerless appearance, but on the bed, it was as if he had changed into another person. As expected of someone who practiced martial arts, his physical strength was surprisingly good. Even though she had always been able to endure, she still felt that she was somewhat unable to withstand it. Unfortunately, this fellow still had a bad heart and insisted that she cry out. In this lifetime, she had never felt so humiliated. Xiao Xiao was really black in his stomach. How could she not have noticed it normally? Xiao Xiao could not help but pull the corners of his mouth and slowly said, "All right, I will go and brew the medicine." He had said the two words, "brew medicine," with a profound meaning, as if it contained an extremely meaningful meaning. Moreover, his expression was indifferent. Jiang Ruan choked for a moment and thought of that bowl of medicine just now. Even if it became soup medicine, it would still be soup medicine. Originally, she had wanted to use the effects of the soup medicine to achieve what she had done today. Who knew that after the effects of the medicine had subsided, she would actually lose control like this? Now that she thought about it, it really made her blush with shame. The embroidered uniform guards in this Wang Fu had always had excellent hearing. Perhaps they had even heard the movements in their room. When she thought of this, Jiang Ruan's expression became somewhat ashamed and indignant. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.